Give me a second here, guys. Gonna put you in a pub. I didn't properly finish my journaling today, so I'm gonna try to have some diligence about that.
Dire's structures are fortified. But the Dire's top tower is under attack. Boy, Dire's bottom tower is taking a beating. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Ryan Hacker, good morning, dude. Good morning, nitrous oxide. Let me go to the bathroom, actually.
The Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower's just died. Yeah. That tower hits.
Ryan's the wrong way to spell it. I mean, my name's a unique name. You're just Ryan with a B on it. So, you can suck a dick.
The Dire's top tower is under attack.
This will do nicely.
I'm stuck, BSJ, help me. Step, bro, I'm stuck. Step, bro. I capped? Yeah, I know, I wasn't actually upset. I thought my tone capped for you, but maybe my sarcasm was not obvious. Good morning, Magna Carta 1216, 1216 underscore in between the 1216s. Bryans are a dying breed. Are there actually like more Bryans with eyes? I feel like there's more Bryans with Ys. Uh-oh, he double smoked, boys. Not good. Really sad that they missed that Dark Seer. Or maybe they didn't want the Dark Seer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's definitely more Bryans with eyes. Interesting.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under
Legion
attack.
Oh, what the fuck is that, bro?
Morty.
Oh, Rick! He's dominating now! He's dominating!
Dude, that's so funny because when I order, a lot of the times they put a Y. So I think that's cognitive bias, perhaps, that we only notice when they don't put the right one.
I am unnatural.
You know what I mean?
self-righteous shout. From the hell of hells I come.
What are your thoughts on Deadlock? I do a podcast where we talk about it pretty regularly. But my overall impression of Deadlock is that the game has a lot of potential, and it just kind of depends on what Valve cooks up, you know?
Strike a nerve. Like Jerry Carnage. Tis a solemn undertaking.
My illusion hits for 37% damage. So that's 16. 17.
Cut and run. Tis a long road. On the move. Fear he who fears nothing. Shriek when you see me. Not commerce. A demon's handiwork.
Oh, that's so cool, actually.
Conjuration.
So I was like busy being unable to click this creep, but if I had caps lock on top of it. Wait. So I do like a.
Flee my footfalls. Hitting my stride.
Oh, I'm pushing tab instead of caps lock.
Cursed be.
Okay, I need to get used to this hotkey.
Athwart my path.
Okay, so I can do like a this, where I like sit on top of the creep. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I should get used to this.
Tis a solemn undertaking. Watch them flee. Twist the knife. Hitting my stride. Shriek when you see me.
Ah, I'm not pushing caps lock.
My eminence grows. Give way.
Okay, I have to hold. Fuck.
On the move. A twist of my knife.
That's gonna be tough to get used to.
Cut and run. Wise. I'm under attack.
What are you doing? I'm using the hotkey for interact only with non-hero units. So like in the past, like if you don't use this and I like try to body block this creep right here, like so the other guy can't last hit it, I can't last hit it either. See, like I'm spamming right click and I'm hitting my hero. See? I'm like hitting my own hero, so my hero doesn't do anything. But if I do this and then use that hotkey for denies, I didn't even think about it for denies. For me, it was like only as a way to counteract enemies doing it. But it's actually really helpful for me doing it.
Watch them flee.
But like for me, I was thinking like it's only good for enemies, right? But in reality, it actually helps me do it as well. Like there, I just did it again.
Wise, flee my footfalls.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so if I do this as TV, if they don't have the hotkey, how do they ever click that creep? Like, think about it.
Tempt my blade, why don't you?
Like, other than killing my illusion, like, how do they kill that creep?
I run afoul. The path of darkness.
Yeah, like there I did it without the hotkey and I attacked the enemy creep. I think the guy spoiling open beta in June is pretty much debunked.
A crushing skirmish.
Are we talking about Deadlock still? Sorry.
Tempt my blade, why don't you? my path. On the move.
If I ever have to spell your name, I'm gonna write it with a Brian. Okay.
Follows the dogma of the self-righteous. I will purge you. A demon's handiwork.
Okay, so the problem then, Biggs, I have to be doing that. Which,
Hitting my stride.
that's shift. I'm not used to pushing caps lock.
And tear you asunder.
Okay, so I could actually be holding caps lock the entire time I do this, as long as I have no intention of hitting the enemy hero.
Wise, be my footfalls.
Ah,
The path of
interesting. I'll have to kind of CS trainer this a little bit every day, I think. Because I can get used to it. It just takes time, I think. Let's go. Does it work on neutral items? I believe so. I believe it works. I don't know how that's. I don't know what application this would matter, like on what neutral. But I'm sure it would work. I never learned camera grip because I gave up. Save your creep pulling and using iron talons. But like, the hotkey I'm using is to make sure that you don't target heroes, and you can't target heroes with iron talons. So I'm not sure what you're saying. Hey, how you doing? I'm not bad, Shane. Hope you're doing well. All fine and dandy here. Is it worth playing Darkseer in lower ranks? I would say Darkseer in lower ranks would only be really worth it if you had a duo queue friend. For me, that's the only reason it would be good. Otherwise, I would cautiously recommend not playing it. I think Darkseer requires too much understanding from his support of how your hero works for him to be good, you know? Generally in low ranks, the better idea, like this doesn't mean you have to do this, but the better idea is to pick heroes that are harder to play against than they are to play as. Like, or like with, you know? So like Darkseer, in my opinion, is harder to play with than it is to play against. Like, the amount of punish Darkseer receives as a hero when his allies like don't know what he's doing is like very significant. Like, it doesn't matter if you have vacuum into stun if the guy that's supposed to stun isn't waiting for your vacuum and isn't ready to go, you know? While on the other hand, it's like, if I'm Bristle and the opponent doesn't know what they're doing, they're all gonna hit me and die, you know? I just booked a trip to Greece in July, considering Amsterdam, Netherlands in August. You're welcome to come visit if that's what you're implying, but I also might be gone during that time, so... We'll just have to see what the dates are. Feel free to let me know what the dates are. Might be the gaming chair, A7 Mad. Maybe you should buy a new desk as well. Thank you, risk management. When will you know your schedule? I know I'm gone from the like 9th until the 17th or 18th. I know I'm gone for that, at like the very least.
Your turn to pick, bro. Enemy's
There's like no
turn
carries in here.
to
Augers.
pick. Enemy's turn to pick. Hello, it's your turn to pick.
I don't want to take the guy that doesn't say anything, so.
Your turn to pick.
Now the question is, do I want Circlet towards Bracer, or do I want Gauntlet towards potentially Soul Ring? Because obviously Gauntlet could go Bracer as well. I wouldn't buy Soul Ring early anyway, so it's fine. You have 300 games of Underlord? Sick. Very sick. I actually have an idea of how I want to build this game, and we're going to try it out. I'm not sure if it works on this hero. That makes it a little bit worse, but we'll see. Okay, I have an idea of how I'm going to build this game. We're going to see if it works. But yeah, guys, carry Underlord. It's getting picked a lot in pubs, so I'm picking it because it sounds fun.
Oh, geez, Rick, we're in some real trouble. I know, Morty. Just follow my lead.
Imagine if you had BKB.
290 move speed. This is a really bad Legion game, by the way. They have OD in prison, and they have TA in lane's pretty good against you because you're overwhelming odds against refraction.
Whew. 30 seconds until the game starts, Rick. I'm getting my things ready, Morty.
If you guys walk up, I'm right here. How did I get hit by that?
First blood.
I accept this honor on behalf of storms everywhere.
Okay, Storm got first blood. That's very good. How much does that give you in terms of mana regen? 0.3, Pog. Fuck, I got daggered.
Узел, помоги!
What?
Проебали. Бей хуйню, пожалуйста, бей хуйню. Нахуй.
Yeah. What? How did I change aggro like that? I thought I put these things in my backpack.
Oh jeez, Radiant's courier just got killed.
Yeah. Oh. How did I miss this creep aggro pull? I tried to pull the creeps into the...
Dyer's courier, he bit the big one. There's a job opening, in case anyone's interested, for courier.
Not while I'm around.
Oh. I want that crit camp there. We want all the camps. I'm underlord. I push. Oh my god, dude. Dude.
this.
Oh, he's just fucking dead, dude. I'm just gonna go jungle.
Ну, голем, да, заебись.
You can have lane.
Ну, голем.
Your top tower's under
See that
attack.
afraid of beasts?
GG. Go next.
You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my
Ну,
bottom
окей,
tower is looking pretty good.
Дайте мне
Bottom
шестой
tower under
взять. Что
attack.
за хуйня? Почему на варлоке первый и
Oh, not
шестой
good.
I need you to defend the tower,
быстрее,
Jakiro.
чем я, блядь, апает?
Oh, your bottom tower's under attack. Your bottom tower's under attack. Oh boy, killing spree.
Shot best. Looks like everybody's tilted this morning. Let's chill a little bit.
Oh yeah, your bottom tower's under attack.
Dazzle.
I wasn't sure if I cleared that. I thought I did, but the triangle on the map was still there.
Oh jeez, it's a killing spree.
Типин. Okay.
Oh boy, your top tower's under attack.
Ringmaster's griefing, guys. We just play normal, we win game.
Пушим, да.
force field leads me
Yeah,
to
it's
believe
so much
that
fucking
Dire
damage, dude.
fortified their structure. Hooray! The enemy's bottom tower is destroyed. Hooray!
No. Back. Oh, golem. Fight my blade, man.
I'm getting a second.
Oh, your top tower's under attack. Oh man, this guy's dominating! You gotta get serious. Top tower's under attack.
Underlord, or he doesn't have ult on Ringmaster because he's just spamming it to farm. It's really distracting to see this guy like spam ult on creeps.
Smoke.
Your bottom tower's under attack.
Hello, smoke, Beastmaster.
I mean, I guess I'll go here. Nobody else does. Coming behind them, guys.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? There's a killing spree over here. He's dominating. You know, Rick, I gotta tell you, my bottom tower is looking pretty good. 40, bottom tower under attack. Oh!
Why? Okay. Yes, we need arcane boots. Okay. I guess too much time. Or not. Okay, go. Oh, wait, blink.
Invisibility.
Mega kill. He just mega kill. Oh Morty, that's 5, baby. There's no accident anymore. This isn't an accident now.
Oh, the enemy's middle tower's gone. Serves them
With
right.
faster things in heaven.
Whoa, you just unlocked the positive encouragement
Dagger
sound
coming
bite.
and already.
Oh, jeez, Rick, the top tower's getting hit. Holy crap, Rick, he's unstoppable. Oh, the enemy's top tower has fallen.
The spirit.
That's ridiculous.
For man or beast.
Oh my gosh, Morty. He's from Boston.
You can do
because
roast
he's
cuts.
wicked sick.
I'm gonna hit Roche. Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna ult to bottom. You can take it on Storm.
Oh, Roshan just got slaughtered by the tire.
There's a gate to bottom, guys, if you want it. I actually gotta check something. Do I still get it if it's... Is it the old days? Do I still get...
Okay, go bottom.
Oh, I don't get it anymore for illusions. Sucks, actually.
Morty, doing free. Uh-oh, monster kill. Watch out, Morty.
In the old days, you'd get aura damage if your illusions were near stuff dying, because they would be applying your aura, but maybe illusions don't get it anymore. I'll actually check that screen. Do these creeps do less damage? Yeah, they do. So they get the aura, but they don't give you damage.
Radiant just fortified
In
their
the beat of the
structures.
night.
You know what I'm talking about? Ooh, they took out the enemy's middle tower. Boy, oh boy. Oh my
Beat
goodness
of the
gracious.
night.
Ah, the enemy's bottom tower. It's gone.
Oh, the
Get it.
enemy's middle tower.
Am I crazy or just this does just like not scale at all? I guess it scales your innate is what happens.
Enemy's middle barracks just got wrecked, baby!
This just
Is this innate worth
the
scaling?
enemy bottom barracks
Not really.
are destroyed!
Oh, you're gonna do this.
I mean, the Ringmaster grief, so it's kind of hard to know how good this hero actually is, but it seems broken in theory.
Four in a row. He's now dominating. He's dominating, Rick.
Oh, your top tower just took it right in the you-know-what.
Oh, they took out the enemy's middle tower. Oh, the enemy's middle tower's gone. Serves them right. Man, you might as well save that energy because Radiant just fortified their structures.
Dire wins. Oh,
How long does your passive
boy,
last?
that was some
75
type of
seconds
vintage
with the
game.
talent.
Dire wins.
What's the giveaway? If you type exclamation point giveaway, you'll know. That looked fun? Yeah, it is fun for sure. You were the Chick hero? GG, Snoopy, GG. I thought illusions don't get green damage. No, so in the past, if you went Manta on Underlord and your illusions killed, or creeps died near your illusions, your hero would get damage. Because the definition of the aura is when things die underneath this aura, you get damage. So in the past, if your illusions were killing a creep wave, they would give you damage. But apparently they changed that. I'm curious if it's like somewhere in the patch notes. Might have been a while ago. I haven't like considered building atrophy or building Manta on this hero. Guess it's too far back. It used to do that though for sure, because I remember trying like a Radiance build on the hero. It used to work for sure. But apparently it doesn't anymore. 25th of August 2016, fixed the interaction between atrophy aura and illusions. That might be it, but it might not be, because it could be like something to do with actual illusions. I'm not sure. It might have been 9 years ago, apparently. But I know in the past I enjoyed trying like a Manta Radiance build on the hero. If you played offlane Underlord, would you go the same build? I don't think offlane Underlord would do the same thing. I think you could. I think offlane Underlord is better as like an aura guy, though. Does the Rick and Morty mounter ever annoy you? I would say that playing enough Dota, my brain generally filters out random noise. So for the most part, I don't notice the announcer.
My dude's top tower gonna fall over soon.
I always wanted Vessel to be good on offlane Underlord. Yeah, the hero doesn't really kill people reliably enough.
Middle tower is under
I don't think you can really go Vessel on heroes that don't reliably kill people on offlane. Between Newsham and Jenkins, who's the Rick and who's the Morty? I feel like they're both Mortys, to be honest. I don't think either of them's Rick.
Bad dude's top tower gonna fall over soon.
Blessings.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's funny because people ask me how often my games are ruined by people with bad attitudes. I mean, that Ringmaster literally bought back and gave up at like minute 5.
Oh, killing spree. Oh,
So it's like,
down. Oh,
that's another one, you know? It's important not for me to only keep track of the games that are ruined by my
Dire's
teammates.
courier is dead.
And cauterized.
Frustrating stuff. I would love to actually play games of Dota, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
sometimes you just can't.
Secrets can kill you.
Your cause is doomed.
I go Aura with Echo Saber. In general, in my experience with Dota, it's not good to go a little bit of everything. That's generally not the best way to play. But it might work. Not sure. Generally, every hero having like a role in the game is the best way to go. Like, I'm the initiator, I'm the save, I'm the backline damage dealer, I'm the aura utility guy, I'm the, you know, physical damage, I'm the magical damage. It's like, I'm the guy that goes in first just to get initiated onto. I don't understand why he griefed. We would have to be hearing their comms, but generally, the majority of time when people grief in Dota, it's incredibly illogical, right? It's incredibly illogical, so it's difficult. It's kind of a waste of time, I think, most of the time, to try to understand why somebody is griefing. Generally, in my experience, it's kind of a waste of time. It's important to, like, try to humanize people and to try to figure out, like, you know, what bothered them so much. But honestly, a lot of the time, in my experience with Dota, people don't have reasons, like actual good reasons, that are worth understanding. And it's kind of sad because I think it discourages empathy, right? Because if the vast majority of people who are griefing in your games have really poor reasoning, then the one guy that's like playing really badly and maybe like appearing to grief, like doesn't get any sympathy, you know, because he's just going to be grouped with all the other people, so. In my experience, people in my games are griefing because they're struggling and they believe their teammates are the reason why. Yeah, absolutely. But, like, once again, that's true. That's absolutely true. I actually agree with that. But, like, you know, basically, you know, the thing we talked about last week, which was about like parenting styles and shit, and what happens when you don't have good parenting styles, is it's like, that's the equivalent of a young kid saying, wham, my mom grounded me, wham, you know, like, I hate you, mom. Like, that's equivalently what they're doing, but they're like grown men, you know? They're like grown men saying, I hate you, mom, for grounding me. Like, you know, you're blaming somebody for something that happened to you and being a whiny little bitch. You know, that's like your response to the what they did, you know. I think a lot of people just do it because it happens to them at times. It feels like it's an acceptable reaction to adversity. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To them, that is exactly what I'm saying. To them, it is an acceptable response to adversity. And that's like exactly what we talked about last week. It's an acceptable response to adversity to just take your feelings out on the other guy and just fucking whine like a little baby, you know? Like that's in their head, it's like justified, right? Which it's like, it doesn't matter how they look, right? It matters how they make the other guy feel for ruining their day, you know? And when you think about it, it's just so stupid. It's like, it's not stupid in the sense that I don't understand why people get upset. It's stupid because it's not a matter of whether or not you get upset. It's a matter of what do you do when you get upset. You know, like as a human being on an average basis, what do you do when you're upset? You know, one extreme is whining like a little bitch. The other extreme is bottling it up and acting like nothing's wrong and carrying it with you and burdening yourself. And then there's a middle ground in there somewhere, you know? There's a middle ground in there somewhere where you process it, you maybe express it briefly in like a healthy
Dire's
way,
bottom tower is under
express your
attack.
anger, express your, you know,
you need to
frustration,
defend here.
and then you fucking move on like a minute later,
Worthy
you know?
tribute.
Like that's like the middle ground in there. It's very difficult to achieve that middle ground, but you know, I just feel like the majority of Dota players are on the whiny little bitch extreme. But then there's like, I'd say it's like 60% are on the whiny little bitch extreme. And maybe like 30% are on the bottle it up, say nothing extreme. And then the other 10% are probably like emotionally balanced people, you know? Something like that. I feel like that's a little bit of a privileged view when a lot of the player base is mentally unwell kids from the CIS region. I mean, if you want me to briefly acknowledge my privilege, sure. I'll acknowledge my privilege, but that doesn't excuse their actions, you know? Like, sure, I acknowledge my privilege. It's like, how many years do they have to be on the internet of somebody telling them, you know, we don't like you, you're being a whiny little bitch, before they think, maybe I should do something about that, you know? It's not about what cards you were dealt, it's about, like, that does matter, for sure. The cards you're dealt are relevant to your situation. But what matters to me is what you do with the cards you're dealt. And I know, you know, I know people from that region who are well-balanced people despite their upbringing and their, you know, environment. So, like, you can become a decent person no matter where you're from. You know, maybe it'll take you a little while, and maybe in extreme cases, sure, you know, extreme cases. You always have to assume in extreme cases, but, like, you know, the majority of these people are just, you know, mental, like, emotionally stunted based on their, like, the situation surrounding them. But a lot of times, it's like a complete lack of any curiosity or desire to do anything about it. And at that point, like, I don't really have sympathy for you. Like, I have sympathy for you in the sense that, like, you're human and there's a human reason to do everything. But I can only give my, like, time, attention, and patience to so many people, you know? I can only give it to so many cases. And it's like, if you've been playing Dota, you know, your entire 20s, and you're still a whiny little bitch, it's kind of like, at what point did you stop and ask yourself, am I the problem? Should I have done something about that? Like, at what point? You know, it took me like 3 or 4 years. It took me like 3 or 4 years to stop and ask myself, am I the problem? You know? And it's like, okay, I'm the problem. But it's like, you know, how long do I give you? I think it was, I don't remember who it was. It might have been Blitz. I don't want to put words in people's mouths, so I'm not sure it's Blitz. But it was somebody who said, like, professional players have 3 years to not be an asshole. Oh, I actually know who it is, but I'm not going to say because I don't want to, like, put words in their mouth, and I don't know if they want this thing to be, like, a public opinion. But it wasn't Blitz. But, yeah, they said every pro player has 3 years to not be a complete prick. And it's like, after 3 years, that's just who you are. But, like, the first 3 years, it's like, you know, you're allowed to have immaturity, learning curve, you know, growing pains. You're allowed to have that. Like, there's like a reasonable boundary in there, you know, somewhere. But after 3 years, that's where you're declared an asshole in that person's mind. So it feels to me like a lot of people of a certain region have the attitude that they just want to move on to the next game because they're over the current game. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely, like, cultural ways of solving problems, 100%. Like, as much as, like, stereotypes are a bad thing, there's a reason they exist. For sure. Like, absolutely. Ravage!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's also self-blame. Oh, but yeah, the self-blame is the people who bottle it up, though. generally people who have self-blame say nothing. I'm in the group of people who has a lot of self-blame. And like the extreme I'm on is the self-blame extreme for sure. Like I'm working on my way back towards the middle, but you know, there is a balance in everything. Balance in all things, as Ember Spirit says.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like that mentality has its advantages in the sense that losses don't bother you that much, but it helps you play a lot of games in one day, for example. So then you have to consider, you know, how do I word this? How do I word this actually? How do I word this? You know what? I'll take this time because I actually wanted to respond to this guy in my Discord. So I'm actually going to take this time. I'm going to take like 5-10 minutes to respond to something that happened in Discord as a response to that, because I did really want to talk about this. I think it's an important thing for me because it matters to me a lot, and I feel like I've never talked about this explicitly
tower is under attack.
on stream. So I do feel like it's nice for my viewers that are regulars to have an idea of how I feel about things. So, or like my perspective and how I approach things. So, where was it? Was it here? Where was it? Real life discussions? No, where was it? There was a discussion about the guy who was flaming me in my viewer games. What's today, the 5th? Dude, where was this discussion? It was in my Discord. Real life discussion? No, it's not here. Is it in like Deadlock discussions or some shit? No. Where is it? Is it in memes? Where is it? Chats? General chat? Maybe it's general chat. Okay, yeah, it's Is it general chat? Yeah, it's here, it's here. Okay. Yeah, so I'll show you this chat real quick. I'll give context. I'm not just gonna leave you guys confused. So last week, this is full context of the situation, at least from my perspective. This is my version of full context. I'm gonna go and mute this game. Last week, I had some pretty awful Dota games. I'll be honest. The entire last week was, I think 80% of my games were terrible. Okay, so I'm ending the week on a viewer match, right? I'm ending the game. I always end my weeks on viewer matches. So we go into my viewer match, and one of the guys in my viewer match says at the start of the game, he starts shit-talking me where he says something like, "Your Wraith King guide sucks, BSJ. Skeletons are for killing, not for farming," something like this. That might even be exactly what he said. So he said something like this, and then every time he killed me, or every time I died, or every time whatever, like my teammates died, he like tipped me, and he was all chatting me, and you know, I just muted him, and I said like, this guy's what an annoying piece of shit. Like, I can't believe this is in my games, you know? Like, it's one thing for it to be in my pubs, but it's another thing for it to be in my viewer games. So over the weekend, he said, "Hey, this is the guy, Alibi Pratt right here." So he said, "BSJ student here. Thanks for teaching me. Loved playing, and my 3K skills are not in Dota, but in mental warfare. Is that not cool in your in-house? I'd chill if you said so." And then he says, "That is what I keep," he said, "mental warfare is over half the battle won. That is what I keep trying to say, and I even watched the BSJ perspective, and it got to him enough that he had to mute me." And he said, "Oh, yeah. So he's like, yeah, so that is a thing. I have a belief that those who let me annoy them, why not? Larry Bird and trash talk kind of thing is an advantage. Here, the Amara effect. Is that wrong to have fun messing with when I make it clear I don't believe any of the garbage?" Moving on. Hell yeah, BSJ made the right move, but it was clear the recording kept talking about me, so it was in his head the small amount of talk I got to go to him. So I think it works even after I'm muted. So clearly the guy like respects my content and likes my content, and he's just being a human, and like I don't look at this and say this guy is a complete piece of shit, right? So the question in chat was, there's clearly advantages to having a go next mentality, right? Like there's clearly advantages. He's not arguing that you should have that mentality, the guy in chat, Nitrous, but he's arguing that there's advantages to having this mentality. So like I would argue that there are advantages to shit talking people in games, right? Because if you are good at shit talking people and you tilt them and that's how you win, then that is a way of winning. So I'm going to go on a bit of a ramble. Like I'll just go full cam for this. I'm going to go on a bit of a ramble. That's all the context that I have so far for you guys. So when I think of things, I like to think of extremes all the time. Like I like to think like, what are the extremes in this scenario? So when he tells me that his priority is winning, right? That's what he's basically saying. My priority is if I can piss people off in order to win, why not, right? Why wouldn't I do that? And so if I'm going to take that idea of if I can do this to get ahead in life, like if I can do this to gain something, why wouldn't I? So like if we take this to an extreme, like I understand this is hyperbolic. I know hyperbole. I understand this is hyperbole, but if I take that idea to an extreme, right? The extreme of that is I'm a company who sells water and I am the only provider of water in my area. I could choose to charge people $5 for a bottle because they have no other access to water. But if I charge I could still be making a profit if I charge them $1, right? But I could charge them $5. So like if I do that, the consequences are I make more money. And there's probably people out there that potentially die or have to leave. Like there's extreme consequences to this, right? So I know that's a hyperbole example, right? But I could do that. It would make me more money. And if I ask myself, why wouldn't I do that? The answer is like, when it's the frame of reference is me, then there's no reason not to do that. I'm going to make more money, period. These people have no other option to buy water, right? So I think it's the same thing. Like in terms of if you scale it down to, you know, what you're doing is winning MMR at the expense of the enjoyment of the game by the average person. There's going to be plenty of people, like enough people that want to engage with you in shit talk. But if I ask myself honestly, I would say the majority of people who play this game while they're playing do not want to be shit talked, do not want to engage in shit talk. There might be people that are, but the majority of them, I would argue that the experience of the game is worser due to any amount of shit talking on average. Like if you removed all shit talking, the game would be more enjoyable, I think, to most people. Okay. So you can even argue that you don't think that, and that's fine. But where I'm going with this is that if you're the person that prioritizes winning, if you're the person that prioritizes your own mentality at the expense of others, right? Because if you're the person that has the go next mentality, like I'm just going to give up because this game's hard and it allows me to play more games because I give up, right? There's a balance in there somewhere, right? But if you're the person that prioritizes that above all else, then in general, you're just insufferable to be around if you always prioritize yourself over others. Like think about how that, I'm going to let you guys like, you know, hypothesize how that would translate to real life. You know, how would that translate to a person on a daily basis if they prioritize their own sanity over anything about the people around them? Because I think it's quite obviously arguable that if you have the end go next on any game that becomes difficult, the 4 players on your team and potentially the 5 players on the other team with the chance to learn that game are negatively affected by that, right? So you are doing something that preserves yourself over them. So my entire mentality on this is that the type of person you are is the type of person you're going to end up being surrounded by. Because the people who don't share your values, who don't share your perspective, who don't share your priorities in the order that you have them, they don't want to be around you. So my idea is I want to foster in-house games, and I want to play in a community that prioritizes the learning, growth, and enjoyment of the game for the sake of the game. Like, that's what I care about, okay? Like, that's what I've always cared about. I've never been very good at vocalizing it, but that's what I care about. So it's not that I think this Alibi Pratt guy is like a piece of shit. You know, it's not that, right? It's not that like, oh, this guy's clearly a horrible person. But like what I'm saying is I don't want to be around people like him. Like, that's it. Like, it's like a agree to disagree. I don't like your reasoning. I don't like your priorities. I wouldn't do it that way myself. And if I'm not going to do it that way myself, I don't want to be around you. Like, that's not interesting. I understand the human aspect of I can shit talk you and be good at it and piss people off and win games that way. I totally understand that. I don't think that makes you a morally horrible person, right? I don't think that makes you a bad person. But what it does make you is annoying to me. I don't want you to be around me. So, like, when I look at my in-houses, those are the games specifically designed to do something that I'm trying to cultivate, right? So it's like, I don't want to cultivate shit talking in my games, right? But also, I think there's a parasocial element to this where a lot of you who watch me all the time, you probably have a good idea of who I am, what I'm like. And a lot of people, like, when they meet me in person, they have like a friend aura to them, you know? They have like, oh, I know this person, he's my friend. Like, that's the parasocial aspect. But like, so to you, you're kind of like joking with a friend, which makes sense. I get that. Parasocial, I'm being as like empathetic or like putting myself in your shoes as possible. But to me, you're just some random fucking stranger who, like, I have no idea who you are, nothing about you, with zero rapport. I've never met you before. And you're just some random guy on the internet shit talking me. So like, if you were flipped and you were just getting randomly shit talked by people on the internet, as opposed to a friend, it's like me and my friends shit talk each other all the time. You know, like that happens all the time. You know, but shit talking in a jest way that's friendly requires rapport, period, right? It requires rapport. So all things said and done, I'm going on this ramble because I don't think I've talked about this on stream before, and I don't think you're a shitty person if you prioritize winning. I don't think you're a shitty person if you prioritize go next for your own mentality, but I don't agree with you. I think that's incredibly selfish. I don't think you're acting for the greater good of people. Like, and I personally don't respect that. Like, I don't like you and I don't respect you. Do I think you're a horrible person? No, but I don't like you and I don't respect you. So it's like, you can choose to do that with what you will. You could be the type of person that says, I don't really give a shit what you think, BSJ, and that's perfectly fine. Like, there's no like me expecting you to prioritize what I prioritize. But the only thing I can do with a community that I'm trying to create is oust people from the community that I don't want there. So like, what's going to happen is because of this guy, I'm just going to be honest with you guys, because of this guy, I had to think to myself, I'm going to make a list of things that I don't think are acceptable in my viewer lobbies, right? So the number one thing, I made a list. I didn't like actually make an entire hypothetical list. I'm just like, I'll add things to the list as they happen. You know, I'm not going to like theory craft things I don't like. And I also don't want to like, rash judgment things. But so I added, shit talking in viewer lobbies. I added that, right? And then I also added a list of people that aren't allowed to play in my viewer lobbies again. So I added him. For all I know, I might put him back because I see that he's a human and he's trying his best. But like, if his mentality is, I want to shit talk for the fun of it, I don't want him in my games. And that's fine. I don't have anything against the guy. I don't want him in my games, right? So that was my ramble. That's it. I think it's an interesting discussion. But if you do something that greatly prioritizes your well-being over the greater good of all people on a regular basis, I don't respect you. Like, that's it, And then at that point, the question is, do you care if somebody like myself respects you? And there's plenty of people that don't, and that's fine. Like, I'm not here telling you how to live your life. I'm just telling you this is what will happen in regards to me if you do that. So, yeah. That's my ramble. We're done now. I'm somewhat easily tilted, and after 8+ years of playing Dota, I now play exclusively with media communications. If people are good enough in communications, good pings are good enough for them, and if they don't, I wouldn't speak to them anyway. It'd better lose the game I enjoyed playing than to win a game that drained me emotionally. That's fair. So you have to pick your battles, right? So your choice is to enjoy the game without dealing with the shit that's always bothered you. And that's basically you saying, I don't want to fight this battle. But I live in this community, like, for my living. So I'm either stuck with misery and not wanting to play the game, or I need to fight the battle. Like, for me, I've realized that if I don't fight the battle, I feel purposeless. Like, I just feel like I'm, like, just playing 25 hours of Dota a week, wasting my time. So for me, your approach doesn't work, right? And I've tried it before. I've tried that approach before. But, like, your approach could easily work for you. And the whole idea is you're choosing not to fight that battle. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with choosing not to fight a battle. We only have so many battles we're able to fight, right? So, yeah, man. That's So the other extreme would be playing on all muted text chat disabled. The average player enjoys communicating. Yeah, so like the thing is, if you're an all muted player, you are technically removing enjoyment of the game for certain people in your game. But once again, that's choosing to not fight a battle, you know? Like, there is a degree of prioritizing yourself. I'm not saying everybody should be endlessly selfless, you know? That's not good either, because if you go selfless to a point of an extreme, then you become a pushover. You become somebody who gets taken advantage of, right? And you become living at such a deficit that you no longer can sustain that. So for me, it's figuring out what are values worth having, what are values worth investing in, and how much of myself can I give to the people around me without having nothing left, you know? So, you know, a lot of it, the thing is a lot of it is habit, you know? A lot of it is, how do I communicate with somebody who's belligerent? How do I communicate with somebody who's really upset with me? Like, how do I communicate with the guy like Ringmaster, you know? And there are some people who are worth communicating with when they are frustrated. And that was actually what I talked about in my diary entry this week, because I had a great learning from watching Dr. K interview Pirate Software. I like learned so much from watching this. I learned so much. But there are some people that I wasn't engaging with that I realized I should engage with, right? And there's like a degree of like, what situations is it worth engaging people? And that was something that I realized, that there was a specific set of situations that I wasn't engaging, that I was like, I actually see my part in not engaging here and how that affects me negatively, but also the people around me. So I'm going to try to take a new approach to this situation. But that's me thinking very carefully about, when this happens in my games, this guy is flaming me, this guy's really upset and giving up, that there isn't a one-size-fits-all for the reason that this guy is giving up and the way that he's acting, you know? There's plenty of people that when they do that, they're unreasonable. I can't say anything. It'll never do anything if I do anything, right? It's just not going to do anything. But there are a group of people that it will do something for. And previously, I didn't think that that group of people could be done anything for either. But then by watching this Dr. K interview, I felt like enlightened that this is something that I can learn from, right? So,
Enemy team's turn to pick.
Yeah.
Your turn to pick.
Ramble complete. Can I hear Dr. K interview? It's on his Twitch channel. It's on his Twitch channel. I don't know if he made a VOD out of it, but you can go to Healthy Gamer GG, and it was his discussion with Pirate Software. It was enlightening. I was blown away. I learned so much about myself and my streaming career, because Pirate Software clearly has issues. Like, he clearly has issues as a streamer, a lot of which are just amplified by hateful communities and generally just people dogpiling on him. So to some degree, a lot of it's victim of circumstance. But when you're a victim of a circumstance, what you do with that victimhood, like what you do with the idea that you have been what you do with the fact that you are being victimized is up to you. You know, you can just remain a victim and take no accountability, or you can figure out how you're playing a part in this. And for me, my interpretation of what he was doing is that he was a victim of a situation, but rather than taking any ownership of himself, he just kept defending himself, which, you know, doesn't help either. So I think Sniper's really bad against Kunkka. I hope he doesn't pick it. Oh, nice. Sniper got chosen by both teams. I mean, that would have been a really bad pick, so. Pirate Software did nothing wrong, by the way. We're not here to debate this, you know. From my perspective, Pirate Software clearly has issues. Clearly. Like, but that's my perspective, right? And I can actually sympathize with his issues, but honestly, not because he's good at expressing them. I think he's, quite honestly, atrocious at expressing his problems. But Dr. K did such a good job of humanizing the situation and looking at it objectively and playing it from both sides and talking about it. He created such an interesting discussion that I came out of it like, wow, that's cool, you know? So I'm not going to go stick because I'm against Lifestealer and Silencer, and a lot of times Silencers just go fucking like Glaive's level 1. So I'm gonna go like straight Wraith Band with some sticks. I can't really talk about this anymore right now. Happy to resume the chat afterwards. But the point is, the point of that entire discussion that Dr. K had was not to take a side, but to understand more about what's happening here. And so when people's responses in my chat were, he did nothing wrong, or I love him, or what a fucking narcissist, it's like, you're just completely missing the entire point. Like, the entire point was to not establish an opinion on whether or not he's right or wrong, right? It's to understand what happened here and why this is happening. And I loved that. It was so interesting. It was such an interesting discussion. And it's so funny because the average person on the internet's just like, I hate Pirate Software, or I love this guy. And it's just like, can you just drop that for a second and just listen? Like, I don't care whether or not you like him or not. Like, listen to the conversation. It's like, obviously you're gonna have a way you think about him, but that's not the takeaway, right? The takeaway is not, I dislike him or I'm on his side. That's not like the takeaway that Dr. K is trying to get you to have. The takeaway is, you know, what can I learn from this about how human psychology works and how this might happen to me and how he's a human and this could be something to learn from.
The battle begins.
And I loved it. It was fucking enlightening. And if you obviously want to hear my take on it, you can check out my secondary YouTube channel, which is YouTube 2, I think. Exclamation YouTube 2. Name of it's Brian Canterman, I think. But yeah, I talked about it in my video this week.
I run afoul.
Gotta focus up. I thought about taking the other facet and going like pipe TB, but I don't know. I just don't really trust pubs.
On the move. A lost life. A found coin. A path of darkness. Shattered mirror. A crushing skirmish.
I honestly think I should have taken illusions.
Watch them flee.
Like, I should have just leveled illusions. And like CS against this guy. I actually regret my decision a lot.
You don't have a side. Athwart my path. It is a solemn undertaking.
Oh man, they just got some of that first blood going.
Now I kind of want to level.
There's nothing more mysterious until
I leveled illusions to LCS this guy.
Drop something from base. Tam.
Cut and run.
Okay, he's messing up the aggro.
Strike to the earth. I'm under attack. Athwart my path.
I understand.
I steal ahead. I will. On the move.
Oh yeah, he's lifestealer, so I can deny it. 7%.
Flee my footfalls. A cherry carnage. Tis a solemn undertaking. Tis a long road. Cursed be the path of darkness. Watch them flee on demon's handiwork. Shriek when you see me. Give way. Cut and run, hitting my stride. Watch them flee. Not commerce. I run afoul. Athwart my path. Tis a solemn undertaking.
Sure, man.
Shriek when you see me.
It's really hard to dive tanker.
Careful.
I will find them. Almost grown.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Out of my way. Fair exchange. Give way. The path of darkness. I'm under attack.
Yeah, I don't know why he wants to dive Tinker lifesteal. I think we should just be playing for farm. I completely disagree with his way of approaching the lane, but he seemed really insistent and he wasn't allowing me to play my way, so I'll adjust to his way and know it won't work very well, and that's fine.
Your top tower is under attack.
Like, we tried it, right? We tried it. It's not like I didn't try.
Cut and run. She's a long road. A crushing skirmish. Denied. I decide myself.
A prize.
Wise, free my footfalls.
The thing is, I could just out CS this guy if I wanted, if that's how we played it.
Path of darkness. Watch them flee. On the move, I run afoul. Wise, free my
Your middle
footfalls.
tower is under attack. Hey, forget about it.
Tempt my stride. She's a long road. Cut and run. To form. Depredations. Now. Walking tall.
Yeah, he's like trying to dive Lifestealer Tinker, which just doesn't work. As you guys can see.
Quiver and quiver.
I really need a neutral item, so I'm gonna farm camps. I need a mana regen really badly.
The forest is mine.
Like, if we played this lane to farm, it would have just been better. I'm like 100% sure of that going into the lane too. But I didn't do a good job of communicating that. Oh, well, I'm dead. Didn't really think about that. I was too busy telling you guys what I was thinking. But like when you really hypothesize this lane, it's like really obvious you can't, like, Lifestealer is a hard hero to kill and they have Tinker March, so it's like really difficult to dive, you know? But like I have higher damage than Lifestealer, so we can just out CS him, you know? Because he doesn't do anything to me. Like, so for me it's like a very obvious conclusion, but you know, it's fine. It is what it is.
I steal ahead. Cursed be.
I'm just talking to you guys for the sake of education.
Shriek when you see me.
Game seems hard.
Possessed. Athwart my path. twist of my knife. Give way. Not yet.
Stacked, huh? I think I don't need to go Falcon Blade since I have,
Cherry carnage.
these items. That's gonna be mad. I mean, what can he be mad about? Like, what can I do, you know? I tried his strat, didn't work. Like, he could be mad if he wants to. But, like, what am I gonna do about it? Lanes are a bit tough, guys. We'll do our best to come back in the mid game here. I can rotate mid with next meta. Is Kunkka innately a problem for TB? This is a really bad TB game in general because they have Tinker or Darkseer. Kunkka makes that problem worse if you already have people that are hard to kill. So it's very difficult for me to actually kill people this game. I think I could do some like Shard Orchid build and have that be the way I try to scale. Now that I think about it, Dragonlance might just be bad. Might just play around my Shard and an Orchid. That might just be the way I have to play this game, actually.
Wise, flee my footfall, coin of the realm. I tear you asunder.
I'm gonna take this top.
Your middle tower is under
Ravage.
attack. Ding dong!
Shriek when you see me. Wise hammer is a rose.
I mean, I'm gonna level Sunder. Right? There's no way I don't take Sunder this game.
I steal ahead. Fear he who fears nothing. It's not time yet. I run afoul.
Coming mid.
Watch them flee.
No ideas left. I don't want to summon another illusion because these things just fucking ravage you.
Tis a solemn undertaking. I tear you asunder.
Maybe it's worth getting a ravage because it gives you 6 charges.
Tempt my blade, why don't you? Hitting my stride.
I'm going bot.
Athwart my path. Give way. A crushing skirmish. Cut and run afoul. Not yet demon's handiwork. 'Tis a solemn undertaking. Power corrupts, but I was already corrupt. 'Tis a long road. A twist of my knife.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
The path of darkness. I steal ahead. The wise flee my footfalls. I carry carnage.
God.
Cursed be.
Gonna do it again, huh?
Shriek when you see me. On the move.
That was a lot of damage, dude.
Now you suffer.
Your top tower is under attack.
Watch them flee.
I can just Sunder this Lifestealer. She can't burst me before I do it, so.
Your top tower is under attack.
Mine.
Excuse me, sir, but it's your top tower. It says it's being...
I think I have a really clear understanding of how I want to play this game. We're gonna see if it works out.
This is the measure of all things.
I'm not actually sure if it's gonna work, but I have a really clear idea of what I want to do. Oops, did not actually mean to level that.
Shriek when you see me. Your silence is golden. Cursed be. I'm beside myself. Give way. Hitting my stride. A twist of my knife wise.
I could also stack that camp with my illusions. I could have done that. I think I'm playing like purely efficiency. I think I need like a lot of items to be useful on the map, and the way I'm useful is like killing people while I'm farming. So that's why I'm doing this build. I'm not sure if it's gonna work, guys. Let's just be very clear.
Tower is under attack.
I know I'm annoying the fuck out of this guy, though.
I steal ahead. Steal ahead. Fear he who fears nothing. Hitting my stride. A demon's handiwork is a long road. Consternation. On the move. Tempt my blade white horses time yet. Wise, free my footfalls. Give way. Path of darkness, Ika Safras. Watch them flee.
I'm trying out my build. I think it'll work, but I'm not sure, dude. Just let me try my build. I think I will be a strong core.
A twist of my knife. Twist of the knife. Shriek when you see me.
Maybe we can play around Torm, guys.
Cut and run.
Lifestealer went through her thing. Lifestealer's top.
I will not be stopped.
Those sods! We got their bottom tower. Rock on,
Your
Tommy!
middle tower is under attack.
Whoa, killing spree! Ho!
Oh, jeez, he's dominating!
Nice job, guys. This is gonna be one of those games where the average Twitch viewer thinks I have no impact, and I'm confident that I'm having high impact.
We need one more.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This is a solemn undertaking. Cursed Safras. Give way.
This was a good opportunity to learn.
A cherry carnage. A demon's handiwork. By my increase shall my enemies know death. Watch them flee.
I'm taking stats because none of my items give me any HP. Like, none of the items I plan to go give me any HP. And they also don't require me to be in meta, and they don't, like, reflection illusions aren't really powerful this game. Is it? It's hard to fight into them, but you can try.
Your silence is golden. Tempt my blade, why don't shriek when you see me?
Whoa, mega kill. Uh-oh. Mega kill.
Wise, flee my footfalls.
Morty, watch out.
See, like, me
It's a
forcing them to
killing
go on me with 4 heroes, showing all their shit, and then not killing me is, like, that's high impact. And people don't realize that kind of shit's high impact. And that's not me, like, trying to defend myself. That's me trying to help you guys understand how Dota works.
Fear he who fears nothing. Cut to the chase. Tis a long road.
I'm actually gonna take this opportunity to go kill mid-tower.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ration, strike a nerve, the path of darkness. Watch them flee.
Excuse me, sir, but it's your top tower. It says it's being destroyed.
Not yet. Contrary skirmish. Cut
Your
and
top
run.
tower is under attack.
I run a demon's handiwork. Now, I carry carnage. I steal ahead. Athwart my path.
That's annoying.
I carry myself. My aggrandizement increases, hitting my stride. A paltry sum.
I have Orchid for this Tinker.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm under
Silencer
attack.
TV top, lot top.
Cursed be. Fears he who fears nothing.
You know that, Bo.
Darkness. Tempt my blade, why don't you?
It's hard to fight them when they're together like this.
Hell yeah! Their top tower got boned.
Like, I want to go for pickoffs.
Cut and run. I carry you down.
Uh-oh.
I steal ahead.
Dire structures are fortified.
The wise flee my footfalls.
How long has it been since I had a TP?
I will hurt you. I'm not ready. Shriek when you see me. The self-righteous shall pay.
I think it's shift and A to deny things. Pretty sure. Top tower denied anyway. Your middle tower has fallen.
Wait. The wise flee my footfalls.
What's my item?
A crushing skirmish. I run afoul.
Dude, I'm kind of down to just try a straight Bloodthorn rush.
Souls. Tempt my blade, why don't you? I move heaven and earth.
Might be a grief
When
though.
you see me,
They don't have anything worth.
watch my path. I'm under attack. Hitting my
But he has a glimmer.
tearing asunder. The path of darkness.
I could go Nullifier actually. I'm not opposed. It's really good against Darkseer and Thinker. Fuck it. I'm not actually opposed to this.
Those that don't hunger self-righteous. It is a solemn undertaking. Give way. Fear he who fears nothing. Cut and run. Cursed be you ahead. On the move, and strike the nearest path. 'Tis a long road. Cut and run. Like cherry carnage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn. Honestly, if I was outside of meta, I think I live there. Because I can just shard fucking run away. I didn't actually know you can't use your shard. I was hoping you could like use your shard and like cancel meta. Wow, he got out. Sick play, dude. Sick play. The thing is, we just have like horrible team fight in comparison to them. So ever fighting them head on is just like pretty stupid. So I'm just gonna buy items that like help us kill them. I'm level fucking 17, so. And my TA is level 20. Yeah, we're just hard out farming them. That's exactly what I thought. It's actually even more than I thought. So I'll go items that like help the team scale. This Kunkka's not scaling because he went Ags instead of Radiance.
Watch them flee.
I mean, he kind of had to since he has a life stealer, but I'm running towards top. I'm pretty useless in team fights right now. Like, I don't want to show up to that kind of shit. Like, if there's 5, it's just not worth it, guys. I have Nullifier coming.
Radiant killed Roshan. What's Radiant?
Nullifier coming on Courier, Puck. We can kill Tinker.
Give way.
Or not. He left.
Watch my path.
I mean, I stole all their farms, so they just TP'd a bunch of cores to a place with no farm. So, it's fine. Push out their lanes, they TP top.
Hitting my stride. My gaze is the measure of all things. Tempt my blade, why don't you? Let the demons have you hitting my thumb.
Okay.
The path of darkness.
I'm gonna be pretty light on mana regen now, sadly. He has no boat on Kunkka, guys.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. We're detecting high levels of sucker.
Wait, no,
Nice.
hold on.
That's exactly how we need to play the game.
Not yet.
They have like no stuns, so can't fight into them very easily. They have no stuns. Yeah, I'll just run. My bad. My bad, guys. I didn't expect to die there. That's just my bad.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, I can actually go Hurricane Pike, or I can go... What's the other item that would deal with that scenario? Hurricane Pike would be nice. But I don't really play in meta, so it kind of has, like, diminishing returns. Is there an item that deals with that scenario? Other than BKB? Honestly, BKB is, like, not even bad here. I feel like I could just go BKB. Yeah, I mean, with my items, I think BKB is fine. Wind Waker? I think it's just too expensive. And it doesn't actually stop me from dying in the long chases. I think that's like... I see what you're going for, but I think it's a bit too much. You guys can look to play around me on the map. If we play for pickoffs. Push lanes, play for pickoffs. We're really strong, Puck, you and I.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
I steal ahead. Cursed be, fear he who fears nothing. Shriek when you see me. Betray my true nature rises. Depredations. Give way.
I thought I'd be able to kill him, actually.
I will find them. Terror comes.
With a +1, he dies every time, right?
Double kill. Oh, man.
In search of prey.
Killing spree. Whoa! Ownage.
I've said it about 5 times. I don't want to team fight them ever. Look at their heroes. Look at their items. I don't want to team fight. Play for pickoffs, like I called, please.
Tower is under attack.
Like, this Tinker could just be dying top. Go ahead and mute him. I tried.
Your bottom tower has
I feel like the way I'm playing is
Bro,
very
you
consistent.
left.
I'm communicating it. Asking the guy to play around me.
killed your courier. Your
He doesn't
bottom
seem to
tower
want
is
to
under
oblige, so...
My aggrandizement increases. Coin of the realm. I steal ahead.
Unfortunate.
Cursed
Dire structures are
hitting my
fortified.
stride.
Kill Tinker on
Your
map.
bottom tower is under attack.
Easy kill on map.
Shriek when you see me.
Bottom tower go bye-bye.
I'm under attack. Give way.
Back so soon.
I tear you asunder.
Whoa!
Does that
Initiating
crap?
killing
It's
spree
against
mode.
the rules. Oh, Rick, he's dominating now. He's
ownage.
dominating.
Unfortunate.
Cut to the chase. On the move.
What can you do, guys? I tried really hard to communicate it. I tried really hard.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I
Radiant
tried so
structures
fucking
are
hard to
fortified.
communicate it.
Path of darkness. Path of darkness.
Bottom tower go bye-bye. Your middle tower is under attack. Your
Really
bottom
rough.
barracks has fallen. If you're feeling faint,
What
that's
can you
okay.
do?
Just lie down, elevate the legs, and breathe into
Mind
this
out,
paper
chaps.
dust. Bottom barracks is getting fiddled on. Bottom rats, who needs it? Hardly interruption, sir, but it's a phone call
Middle
from
tower.
middle tower.
Take it off your
It says
Christmas
it's been
card list.
destroyed.
It's gone.
I'm not ready. Conjuration.
I have communicated my plan for the last 10 minutes, and you haven't killed Tinker one time on Puck. Like, just come kill Tinker. He dies.
When you see me,
And it'll go well. Like, I don't know why you guys keep flaming me. I'm telling you exactly what I want to do.
crushing skirmish.
I'm telling you exactly what I want to do.
Stride. A twist of my knife. The wise flee my footfalls. Is a long road. Athwart my path.
Like, I've tried really hard.
Excuse me, sir, but it's your top tower. It says it's been
And, like, I'm gonna stick to my game plan. And if they never want to listen, then it's fine.
Your top tower is under attack. Remember that top tower you liked so much? Mwah! Kiss it goodbye!
Students handiwork. I run afoul.
Like, this Tinker can just die if I have a +1 anytime, guys. Anytime.
I tear you asunder. I'm under attack.
But he's just gonna keep farming waves.
Watch them flee, hunt, and run.
Yeah, Puck's here, he will die. Like, it's instant.
Playing field. Give way. A demon's handiwork. You. 'Tis a long road. On the move. 'Tis a solemn undertaking.
I think we all die here, but hope for the best.
Give way.
Morty, watch
someone
out!
check
It's
Roche.
a
Maybe
killing
they're doing
spree.
Roche. Wait, Dio did Roche.
Oh,
Don't team fight him,
mega
boys. Don't
kill,
team fight him.
Ownage.
Shriek when you see me. Hit my stride. Watch them flee. Path of darkness. Strike a nerve, wise. Flee my footfalls.
Close. Did you what to say?
Athwart the marauder hearts. Despoiling. Walking tall. I'm under attack. The forest is mine.
And get so close. I think I have to go Manta Bloodthorn.
Menticile.
You say I'm loving you.
Give way. 'Tis a long road. Hitting my stride. Shriek when you see me.
Doesn't want to box me or.
Wise, flee my footfalls. Siphon flows.
tight.
We tried, boys. We tried. It's a GG. Sad. Very sad. Maybe it'll work actually.
Jesus is some wicked sick stuff, Rick, because he just wicked sicked it.
That's right.
Okay, they got him.
Ending from miles.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they killed him. Nice. Maybe it's not a GG.
Your top tower is under attack.
I can get this Bloodthorn. I actually think I can evaporate targets.
Excuse me, sir, but it's your
Does this
top
guy
tower.
have
It says it's
tags?
being destroyed.
The Manta might have just been a grief, but I think the reason why I did it is because of the Bloodthorn.
Your top tower is under attack.
I steal ahead.
I can just promise you guys as viewers, if this puck just killed this Tinker one time, the game gets blown wide open. Like, it gets blown wide open, because suddenly they're responding to me split pushing, we get a pick off on somebody else, it would just bleed onto the entire map. But sadly, he did not do that. Man, I would just love if puck was here one time. That'd be so fucking cool.
Hitting my stride. Like cherry carnage. Fear he who fears nothing. Is a solemn undertaking. It's a long road. Cut and run.
What's my BKB at? 7?
Watch them flee.
I can try to go to puck, I guess. They're all missing, so whatever we find is probably 5 heroes.
I steal ahead. I run afoul. Tempt my God, I touch you.
He might have done that a bit early.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
My hero just can't fight their heroes, is the problem. There's like no amount of items I could have. If I build stats, Dark Seer counters me. They have too many auras. Sucks.
Dire structures are fortified. Pardon the interruption, sir, but it's a phone call from your middle tower. It says it's being destroyed.
Whoa, initiating killing spree mode.
I should have saved buyback though. That's
That was the best 40. Own it. Mega kill. It's a mega kill now.
That was my bad for not saving buyback. I thought about it when I purchased the item.
Pardon the interruption, sir, but it's a phone call from your middle tower. It says it's being destroyed. Middle tower, take it off your Christmas card list. It's gone. Hello. We needed that middle round. Middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll be right back.
Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower, take it off your Christmas card list. It's gone! Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Why is this so bloody difficult? Good guys win! How tremendous!
I'm just gonna think to myself, was there really anything else I could have done to help my team understand what I was doing? I didn't notice that he wanted me to go bottom, so like responding to him wasn't something I could have done better because I didn't actually hear him say that, because I would have just said no. Yeah, I'm not really sure, honestly. Let me think. I feel like I, on like 4 or 5 separate occasions, said I need Puck to play with me. We can get kills on the map, play to split push, and pick off. I think I said that at least 3 times. Maybe I didn't specify Puck. So I could say Puck, I guess. But anytime I have a +1, the Tinker would just die. And the Tinker's gonna show on creep waves because he's Tinker. So, just really sucks that we literally never killed him. And he was alone like 85% of the time. You didn't specify Puck? Okay. The problem with that game is I was so focused on my positioning and micro and being as efficient as possible that it was difficult for me to stop and articulate exactly what I wanted. Now the question then begs, is it worth for me to be inefficient for 15 seconds? Because it does matter a lot if you do that. But is it worth it to me to be inefficient for 15 seconds in order to say, I want to play side lanes, my hero can't fight into them, I need Puck to kill this Tinker, I have Nullifier. Can we play to kill this Tinker? Because if I stop and say that, then I think that's all I can do. And I never did that. I never did that. So I think aside from that, there's like nothing else I could do given the circumstances. So next time, I'm going to try basically pausing my efficiency mode and trying to work with the Puck more specifically, I guess. Maybe it's as I'm building the items I need to be doing this. Like, hey guys, I can't really teamfight this game. I'm going to build to pick off Tinker in the side lanes. I need Puck. Honestly, like, Leshrac would have been enough as well. I could have said Puck or Leshrac. Leshrac would be enough as well. To be fair, BSJ didn't seem receptive to other people's ideas. So, here's what you don't understand, right? Here's what you don't understand. Here's a big difference. I'm going to defend myself here because I don't think you're attacking me, but you really don't understand. I want you to think, when they have Kunkka with Ags, they have Tinker, and they have Darkseer, is it possible for Terrorblade to teamfight? Like, can I teamfight into that? And the answer is no. Okay? Can Puck split push the map and pick people off with me? Like, is that something Puck can do as a hero? Answer, yes. It is not me being not receptive. It is me not doing something I know my hero can't do. Like, I literally can't do that, right? While I'm asking the Puck to do something his hero can do, he's just choosing not to do it. So it's a huge difference. It has absolutely nothing to do with me being receptive. I've literally thought it out in my head and played Terrorblade 400 times. I can't fight into those heroes. And if that guy looked at my items and just thought, I guess he's split pushing, but I'm also calling it, I'm also calling it, right? So it's like, I did say I don't want to team fight them split push. I did say that into like 5 times into the mic. But what I'm saying is I didn't stop and communicate explicitly how I wanted the game to be played. And if that's fine, I understand that I could do that better. But there's no amount of I'm supposed to know what my hero can't do and then do it anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I talk about this in my coaching all the time. If you know your hero can't do something, you don't just go do it anyway because your teammates are telling you to do it. I've played way too much Terrorblade to know I can't fucking teamfight Darkseer Kunkka. Like, I just tinker. I can't do that. And they also have Silencer to boot. Like, they have so much teamfight. They have so much teamfight and no pickoff. So I will, like, adamantly distinguish between being not receptive and not doing something my hero can't do. I'll be right back.
Man, Radiant does not like Dire's bottom tower, and it shows.
No, I literally said, I know he's not attacking me. But when the proposal is BSJ wasn't receptive, this isn't a matter of receptiveness. That's why I'm going on this ramble. Like, this is, like, I literally said, I know you're not attacking me, right? I said that. So it's like, the point of this ramble is there's such a big difference. It doesn't, like, the discussion of receptiveness is not the discussion. Like, that's not what we're talking about here. So if we're going into the argument of Puck wasn't being receptive, then the only thing we can talk about is what could I have done better to make it easier for them to buy into my game plan? And so that's what I discussed, right? I didn't pause for a second. I was choosing to be efficient on the map. And perhaps it's worth just not being, not perhaps, it probably is worth being inefficient on the map for 15 seconds in given periods of the game to articulate what I'm thinking, It's probably worth doing that. Because if I split push the map efficiently for 15 minutes and Puck literally never ganks to me, if that never happens, then my point and my purpose in the game is moot, right? Like, there's nothing I'm accomplishing. So, like, to the average viewer, perhaps, maybe you're on Puck's side saying, why does this guy never teamfight AFK farming when, in, like, BSJ has no impact? When I feel like what I would love is if people could hear and be like, this is what BSJ was trying to accomplish. I could see how that Tinker was supposed to die. You know what I mean? Like, he was supposed to die every time he was near me. Because if I had Lesh or Puck right next to me, he just dies. Right? He literally just dies. And then, like, we can take a team fight off of that. We can take an objective off of that. We can kill heroes off of that. Like, we could do stuff with that. But I'm very familiar with supports like Tinker and Spirit Breaker. Like, I think of Spirit Breaker patches. Have you guys ever been winning a game against Spirit Breaker support and he buys like Shadowblade Kayayasha and like split pushes waves for 20 minutes and it doesn't allow you guys to take buildings? Like, and then he just wins at like 50 minutes? Like, has that ever happened to you? Like, letting supports greedily farm creep waves when that's preventable is like fucking game losing. It's actually game losing. It's the most game losing shit. So, yeah. I enjoyed talking about that game. It was a very frustrating experience, but I had a meaningful takeaway. So, I learned something. And that's the goal. That is the goal, is to learn something. I feel pretty good about what I learned that game. So, our goal is that next time this is happening, I am going to pause the efficiency zoomer brain and tell them I need to play side lanes. My hero cannot team fight. I've bought Nullifier. If I get Puck or Lesh, I will kill this Tinker. It honestly, TA would have even been enough. If I get anybody but Ringmaster, I could just say anybody but Ringmaster. But I don't think it should be TA, because I think TA should be farming on his own. I don't think it should be TA. So I should say Puck or Puck or Lesh.
Anytime you're ready. Take your time. Faster would be better.
Okay. So, is this the same Lesh guy? No. I have a Spear Breaker 4. Okay. I think it's an arrogance / confidence to claim you fully understand fight prediction. That is a fair discussion, but once again, irrelevant to what I'm trying to talk about here. Like, we would have to go into an entirely different discussion there. It's not that it's not a good discussion. It's just that I tried to communicate what I wanted to do for a very long time. It didn't work. How can we, rectify that in the future? That's what happened, and that's what I want to learn. Okay. Against Slark AA. I'm gonna try leveling illusions here, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna try leveling illusions here. Stop tilt. I don't think I'm tilted, actually. Do I sound tilted? Gasterbin, thanks for the 2 months. Sunder doesn't work for A Blast? No, Sunder works. Sunder is considered HP swap, not heal. So there's like several abilities in Dota that are not actually considered heal that gain you HP. I'm actually only thinking about Sunder and time lapse. Is there something else that I'm missing? If you told me, I would remember. Is there something else other than Sunder and time lapse? I think unless I drag the wave back, you can just drag the second wave. I think we can just not lane against them. Time walk is considered heal.
Tis a solemn undertaking.
Essence ring, yeah, I think it's just Sunder and time lapse.
Cut and run.
I'm talking about heal as opposed to health gain, guys. We're not talking about health removal.
Heads up, 30 seconds. I wrote up a little pep talk, just your standard inspiration.
The goal with TB offlane. The reason why I think it's important to learn TB offlane is because I think TB is an absolutely broken carry, and he's a perfectly fine offlane hero. So if I'm able to play him offlane and carry, that means I'll never have to play against TB carry, which should net me MMR. That's the idea.
History will be made
got
on this
first
day.
blood?
Not actual history, make-believe history.
My name's Falcon Blade.
Across the land.
Essence Ring and Infest. Infest is also heal, I believe. Infest might not be, though. I'd have to test that, actually. Remind me to test that after this game. I feel like that's heal.
Tis a long road.
I think I want to go W and then E in this lane. I don't think Reflection does very much.
I run afoul. I steal ahead.
Mine, right?
The path of hitting my stride. Denied. Their courier's dead. I'm glad they're dead. I don't care how that sounds. That courier will be missed. Forever in our... I'm under attack. Watch them flee. A lost life. A found coin. Cut and run. Athwart my path is stuck by knife.
Hey, your top tower's under attack.
I steal
Yeah, I'd get over there if I was you.
wise. Flee my footfalls.
That courier will be missed. Gone, but not forgotten.
The path of darkness. She's a long road.
My courier died to AA behind my tower. That's annoying.
Athwart my path. Fire, force, pass. Somos cross. None will escape. Havoc reigns.
How'd I miss these? Yes, actually. I mean, I know how I missed them, but how'd I miss them?
Out of my way. Depredations. Cut and run. I will hurt you. Fear he who fears nothing. Hitting my stride. Tis a solemn undertaking. Shriek when you see me beside myself. On the move. Watch them flee. Give way, carnage.
Your tower's taking a beating.
A crushing
Are you
skirmish.
letting them do this? I mean, if this is an insurance scheme, say no more. I can keep my mouth shut.
Watch them flee.
I actually haven't used a Fango at all.
Cursed be. On the move. Shriek when you see me.
Oh my god, dude.
Tempt my blade, why don't you?
Fucking made me miss that boy.
She's a long road. A crushing skirmish. I run afoul.
Oh my god.
Wise, free my
Your courier's dead. Won't be missed.
cut and run.
Nice.
My gaze is the measure of all things. I steal ahead. I'm not ready. Hitting
We're
my
fucking owning,
stride.
boys.
Holy Shayaka. The path of darkness. Athwart. And tear you asunder. Shriek when you see me. Small fees hang. Let your equation. Wise, tempt my blade, why don't you? Athwart my path. She's a long road. The path of darkness. Watch them flee. Harsh souls growth. A cursed and my knife. I run afoul, strike a nerve. I'm not ready. It is a solemn undertaking. On the move, fear he who fears nothing. Hitting my stride. I steal ahead. measure of all things. Out of my way.
Uh-oh. Dyer's fortified their structures.
In search of prey.
Bottom tower's down.
Almost cross. On the move. Shriek when you see me. A crushing skirmish. Fear he
Dyer's
who
fortified their
fears
structures. That's no
Clark's
good
gating,
for us.
guys. Clark's gating.
falls.
Am I Seer?
Cut and run. I steal ahead. Tis a solemn undertaking. A demon's handiwork. Athwart my path.
Their courier's dead. Trying to get you sad about it. Nope, big smile here.
My stride. I steal ahead.
Maybe movement speed was better.
Watch them flee.
It actually might have been better.
Oh, the enemy has denied their middle tower. We are in deep water here.
Oh, jeez, he's dominating!
Under half of darkness. Tis a solemn undertaking.
Oh,
Denied.
own it.
I will carry carnage. Wise, flee my footfalls. Cut frequent conjuration.
Own it.
I carry carnage, fear he who fears nothing. I run afoul. Cut to form. Before conjuration. Stalking.
The top tower is down.
His death is betrayed.
Down on the ropes now. Don't let up.
Bosh for Basham. Bosh Rovov. Terror comes. What I will hand you. Walking tall.
Whoa, mega kill. Uh-oh. Haha, mega kill.
Cursed be. Shriek when you see me. Strike a nerve. Crush your smash.
Morty, who was that?
I don't know. It was pretty tight.
Athwart my path. Give way. Hitting my stride. Wise, flee my footfalls. I let the next up my knife. Falls the dogma of the self-righteous. 'Tis a long road. Conjuration handiwork. Watch them flee. I steal, cut and run. Hitting my stride. Wash soul.
Shalom Shadows.
It's not time yet. Cursed be.
Can you smell it? The smell of freshly slaughtered bodies.
Tis a solemn undertaking. The path of darkness. I run fast to you ahead. A demon's handiwork.
I'm marking this in my journal. There was a monster kill.
Be against the rules.
Morty, watch out! It's a killing spree!
Oh, Rick! He's dominating
Level
now!
up a
He's
dust
dominating!
up! Morty, killing spree! Oh, own it!
A twist of my life road.
Great, their bottom tower is on attack.
A cherry carnage.
Own it!
I didn't expect you guys to be able to kill him.
Wise, flee my footfalls.
Double kill.
Watch them flee.
This is some godlike stuff.
This unravels the playing field. Shriek when you see me. Tempt my blade, why don't you? Give way. Cut and run. Gold is mine's easiest corpses. I tear you asunder.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm supposed to be more careful, but...
Their top tower is down.
Stunning is tis a lock. My fears, my fears nothing. I steal ahead.
Easy game. Terrorblade broken hero. We love broken heroes in this stream.
The path of darkness. Hitting my stride. Watch them flee. I am revealed. Quiver and flail. You are nothing. Havoc reigns. Fear comes for you.
Nice. Their top tower
What
is
exactly
fast
makes
all
TV
the-
broken right now? He's a really strong laner that just has insanely good timings. His shard is like really broken.
Oh man, this guy's
He's just too strong of a laner, I think, though.
Their middle tower is down.
He wins like 90% of lanes. Like, the only time you lose lane as TB is when I think you mess up. Like, last game, I think my Leshrac trying to dive instead of trade farm is a mess up, you know?
Lot of dead
Like, if we
creatures.
just traded farm last lane... Notice how in this lane I just leveled illusions and out CS the Slark? Like, if I just did that in my previous game and, like, the Leshrac bought into that plan, then we would just, you know, would have won that lane, too. That's the only reason we lost last game.
Middle tower is down.
So I feel like Terrorblade with illusions can have such high CS damage that
Wait till they see what you
the only heroes that beat him are ones with higher CS damage, like Underlord, for instance. But then against those heroes, most of them are all like really slow. So you can just go for Q plus E and then like level 2 kill them usually. So I feel like there's like an answer for every single lane matchup. For Terrorblade, like he just wins pretty much every lane matchup. And then you have like an insanely broken shard.
between you and victory.
You farm really fast, you can go a bunch of different items. He can be played 3, 1, or 4, technically. So yeah, hero's just broken.
Yes.
That was a stomp. Indeed it was. Very much a stomp. Very much a stomp. Does offlane TB and carry TB have a different game plan? I mean, carry TB is carry TB. Offlane TB is the same hero that can potentially build to be a carry as well. Like yesterday on stream, I played Terrorblade offlane as a carry. Like this was my offlane game. I had a Slark carry and I built like this. And a lot of times it just comes down to what does your team need. You know, in the past, offlane TBs would sometimes go the other facet and go like pipe for team fight. But I think that build's kind of dead. I also don't like it for pubs very much. But like in my previous game, I wanted to be a pickoff oriented hero with Puck and Lesh. But, you know, nobody played around me for that one. And I didn't communicate it very well. So... like, the role of TB offlane is a lot more flexible. You know, you can play a lot more different ways. So. A lot better than Bristleback offlane, apparently. Time is at 11:45. Okay. Faint Place, thanks for the 11 months. Reminder that we are doing the sub giveaway for a coaching session in about 2 hours. It's for people watching on YouTube. It is done through Twitch. Right now, I am just making sure I stream to YouTube, but I don't have anything particularly interaction-wise going through YouTube. So just know that for giveaways and stuff, it's all through Twitch. Oh, Lone Druid True Form also works for AA? Okay. Oh, I meant to test Lifestealer Infest. I don't think Lifestealer... I think Lifestealer Infest is coded as a heal, but... let's check it out. Prepare your replays if you plan on entering. Yes, sir. Ally, and then enemy, and then level max, and then... Oh, it looks like it works. I'm gonna try again though, because my ult didn't hit. Oh, okay, so you can infest through AA ult. Cool. I don't heal while I'm infested, right? Oh, fuck me. Dude. Okay. Fucking A. Yeah, I don't heal while I'm infested. Okay. So the infest on somebody else heals them. Okay. That's cool. I actually didn't know that. Okay, but am I eligible for the coaching giveaway? If you want it and you have a pub, you are absolutely, Ryan. You're absolutely eligible. But thank you for the sub, Ryan, 25 months. And PBT Ron, thanks for the 14 months. Sub courtesy of Jeff Bezos. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. How to get better at team fights as a carry? My answer to that question pretty much always is to learn to think about how you think the team fight should play out. Like, what order of spells would you want to be casted? When would you want to enter the fight? Is there somebody going before you? So are you like first, second, third? Is your entry to the fight determined on one of your teammates going in? Is it determined by somebody on the other team going in first? Is it determined by you going first? Like, so a lot of the times thinking about the order of operations of how a team fight's going to play out, that's something that pretty much most carries that are not like top tier, most of them don't do that. And it's obviously a very complex process. So a lot of times people will develop the skill by virtue of playing naturally, but they're not really consciously working on it, right? So if you want to like significantly improve your team fighting as a carry, you just need to start theory crafting the shit out of your team fights. How are you going to play them? Who goes first? Who goes second? What order? You know, what spells are you using on who? Like, when would I use Sunder? When would I use Reflection? You know, what items am I waiting for? BSJ, you should critique chatters during a bad game and have them join voice to coach you. For now, I have no interest in doing that, but maybe one day. Oh shit, the Sand King lives. Can you give tips of the climbing of Ancient into Divine? I don't give general MMR tips. I'm just being blunt. I think asking I'm in this rank, help me, is very lazy as a question. There's just so much more thought you could put into that question than what you're putting in. So my reaction on stream is to put as much thought into my answer as you put into your question. So I'll put about 0 thought into that one. With all due respect. Of course.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll be right back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So, just in case I was being cryptic and smartassy, just in case, I said you didn't put much thought into that question, so I'm not going to put much thought into it. A perfect example of a question that has more thought than I'm in this bracket, what do I do, BSJ? Is the guy that asked the question before you, which is, hey BSJ, I'm Divine now, and I play carry, and I'm really struggling with team fights because people have better positioning, and they're buying 4-staff and Glimmers. Do you have any recommendations? That is like an infinitely better question, in all due respect. You know, it's like, that is just an infinitely better question. It gives me so much context. I have so much idea of what you're struggling with. While if you're Ancient, you could be literally any fucking position. You could be having literally any fucking problem. And I have no idea what it is. You know, I just have no fucking clue. You know, so like, that's me trying to help viewers understand better what I'm going to offer you, you know? Yeah. Around what time in the game do you save gold for buyback? I mean, I wouldn't view it as what time in the game do you save for buyback. I would view it as the later the game goes, the more likely you are to save for buyback. Because it's like, there's times 45 minutes in the game where your item matters more than buyback, you know? So there's no like, after 36 minutes, you don't save buyback. You know what I mean? But the idea is operating under the assumption that the later the game goes, the more likely I am to hold buyback. And then every single instance you want to make a decision. And a lot of that comes down to what's the power of a second life here, you know? Like when you're playing against, like a perfect example is when you're playing against Doom as carry, there's generally no item in the game that is more powerful than buying back, right? Because when you get doomed, most of your items don't do much, you know? So it's like, in that case, it's almost always better if you think you're the doom target later on in the game to hold buyback, you know? But like, if you don't have a BKB and you buy back and you wouldn't be able to fight them the second time anyway, based on whatever heroes they have, then your BKB is probably better than buyback. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the answer to that.
I'll take your tribute. Boy, Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, quasi spec. I mean, the thing about people that are not literally top tier, it even applies to top tier players as well. So like when somebody asks me, I'm ancient, what am I doing wrong? There is a concoction of things you are shit at, right? If you're ancient, there has to be facets of the game that you're good at. Like you wouldn't make it to ancient without being good at anything. But unless you're perfect, right? There's like you're missing like 30% of the game. So it's like the 70% of the game that you have could be any concoction of 70% that adds up to being ancient. So that's why there's such little context. Now, there are trends, you know, there are things where I'm like, in general, the average ancient player doesn't understand this thing, which like is possible to do, but for me, I find it inefficient use of my time to assume that you're part of that average and answer your question that way, because that's me putting thought into something that may very well not apply to you, you know? But if you tell me I'm struggling with team fighting, this is why, then I can be like, oh, that makes a lot of sense that that's something you're struggling with. Here's what I would think about that, you know? And my question is incredibly likely to pertain to your problem, you know? So I'm sorry for the earlier question. I'm trying to say this in a way that is as direct as possible. There's no need to be sorry. I appreciate the sorry, but there's no need to be sorry. Just to be clear, I'm just telling you I won't answer those type of questions. A lot of times I don't have the patience to tell you I'm not going to answer those type of questions. I'll just ignore the question. But I'm telling you now so that if you do want an answer and you do want to ask another question, which you did, so I'm going to read it now. What can I suggest I improve on when playing as position 1? I am confident in my CSing and team fighting, but not in ending the team fight or ending the game. If you're struggling with ending the game, then a lot of times what happens there is the way that you're thinking about the map in regards to creep waves and which waves get pushed and where people... Like, so basically, a lot of times people who struggle with ending the game, I'll look at their map every time they take a team fight, and at least 2 of the 3 lanes are pushed into them. So what happens is they win the team fight, and then they go push lanes. So what happens is you need to be thinking consciously about when you're ending your team fights, what do you find yourself doing, right? And so like if I end the team fight and I go push creep waves, I ask myself, is that something that I could have somehow done before the team fight so that after the team fight I can do something meaningful, you know, that's not pushing creep waves. So it's distinguishing between actions in the game that are ideal to be done before team fights and actions in the game that are ideal to be done after team fights. Sometimes you don't have a choice, right? But there is a category of objectives and things to do in the game that generally work better after a team fight and generally work better before a team fight, right? So like a lot of times, I don't know your exact issue, but a lot of times I'll look and say, well, here's 5 creep waves that you could have pushed in the last 20 minutes. Like, it may not be a lot, you know? Like, especially if you're, like, pretty high MMR overall, it might not be a lot of creep waves. But for you, like, a tentative exercise you could do is go watch every replay you play and just think, how often did I miss a creep wave? Like, I went and farmed a jungle camp instead of that creep wave, based on whatever, you know? And what's going to happen is, hopefully, you'll realize, like, it's not a matter of this is going to instantly make you win games, but knowing that clearing creep waves properly is a part of closing the game out. That's a lot of what the carry's job in the game is to set up the team to win objectives, or win fights near objectives. That's like a lot of what the carry's job in the game is. It's not always, but it often is. Whoever farms the most, generally. So that's something you're probably not doing. And that would be my recommendation. Just look at your games with how many waves am I not pushing that I could be. I'm gonna go take my laundry out real quick.
Oh, jeez, he's dominating!
Dub-dub! Double kill, oh man. Morty, watch out! It's a killing spree!
Oh, triple kill! Oh, Rick! He's dominating now! He's dominating!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That stings.
Let death become. Radiant's middle tower is taking a drubbing. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Right on, Mysterious Alarm. Glad you enjoyed the tip. Just the tip. Always just the tip.
Wubba lubba dub dub.
By the way, guys, it's really funny. I've been paying really close attention to like my mood levels on like a daily basis. And I've already noticed that on Mondays, I generally have a lot of energy to like have these type of conversations and talk to you guys. Like my social battery feels really high. I feel like that's because usually on the weekend, I only spend time with like my best of friends and my girlfriend. So it's like really easy to decompress and stuff. But what I've also noticed is that on Tuesday, it's usually the complete opposite. 1 second. Usually on Tuesday, I'm like not very social and I don't really want to talk to people very much. And it's something I used to do, and I'm basically announcing that I'm reinstating it. Is that there's going to be Tuesday for now. We're going to try Tuesday. Is specifically going to be a streaming day where I don't really interact with chat. It's not that I won't talk. It's that I won't talk with people. So we're kind of going back to like gameplay Tuesdays. I'm quite confident after seeing my notes in my journal that pretty much every Tuesday I'm not in a good mood to talk. That's crazy. I hate Mondays. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? And like instinctually, I wouldn't think Monday's the day that people don't want to, or that Monday's the day people have energy. So you have two questions, right, Trigon? You have two questions. One, do you avoid the problem or do you try to make the problem a bit better, you know? I understand that everybody has their skills and limitations, but the question you have to ask yourself, and I'm not saying there's a right answer, the question is would you rather try to avoid that problem and try to play a limited pool of heroes, or would you rather work on that problem? That's kind of like the question at hand, you know? So like for me, there are some things that I choose not to, that I'm like, it's just not worth it. But I think one of the biggest, I honestly think age is a mindset. I think if you think you're old and slow, that's just a mindset that's self-fulfilling. That's how I feel about age. Like obviously to some degree there is, you know, aging, but I think that's kind of a load of baloney. And way too many people dwell on it, and then it's self-fulfilling prophecy. So I would just ask yourself, you know, what are some drills you think you could do? There's definitely things you could do, right? Like maybe you could do like Type Racer, or maybe you could do like Overthrow, and because Overthrow is just purely about clicking your buttons. You know, maybe there's like a specific hero that you think is like, I would ask yourself, what's your arbitrary button pressing skill right now? And what hero that you kind of know is like slightly above that, you know? You don't want to go from picking Wraith King to Invoker, right? But what is a hero that you're like, that's a little bit harder than Wraith King? Then you try that, you know? And then you're like, after you do that, you're like, okay, next hero, you know? But yeah, I personally, I just think it's living in fear, you know? I personally think it's living in fear or choosing your battles, you know? It's not always living in fear. It could just be choosing your battles. Some things just aren't worth it. But if you're talking about being an immortal Dota player, that means you probably spend a lot of time playing the game. And imagining that you're playing that much time, spending that much time on the game and just like kind of giving up on it, in terms of your skill, that just seems kind of... That seems kind of unfulfilling, I think. Is there any chance for maybe a moderated discussion? I'm not sure what moderated discussion you're talking about. Hey, I'm pretty new to the game. Someone on YouTube asked, hey, I'm pretty new to the game and often overwhelmed by the amount of spells. I start panicking, spam all skills and items. Sometimes work, often not. Any tips on what to focus? So my tip is that oftentimes in life, in any situation you're in, whether it's a Dota game or whether it's literally unfamiliar, anything unfamiliar, there's a lot of things that are going on that are outside of your control and not being able to be captured by your focus because there's just so much. So my advice is to focus on your own hero and things you can control. And if you're panic pressing buttons, that's obviously not good. So my first focus would be stop panicking, stop panic pressing buttons. Have your goal when you are being overwhelmed to adjust the way you react to that. So ask yourself right now, why when you are overwhelmed that you panic? Like, why is that the case? Why is it that there's so many things I don't understand? Ah! You know, why is that your reaction? I'm not saying that's not an appropriate reaction, but that's obviously not helping you, you know? So I would be focusing on your reaction when you have that happening. So just check in with yourself. Ask yourself, what do I do when I'm overwhelmed? What does it look like? Why do I do it? Let's try to, you know, rewire that to something that's not panicking. Because until you're really able to look at the things you don't understand with curiosity, in a calm mind, understanding that you're going to kind of suck and you're not going to know what's going on, until you're able to do that, I don't think you'll significantly improve at any point.
The ruin of haste.
My secondary YouTube channel video talked about me watching that Scarab. I did watch it. I found it very interesting. I learned a lot about myself watching it. It was a very interesting discussion. Dr. K is a fucking G. What would you say the best way to improve as a 10K now that most of the replays are taken away from me? I think there's a shit ton for a 10K player to learn from professional Dota. I think there's a shit ton, so. As like a 10K player, I don't think we're really affected that much.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is fallen.
Do you have any content on how to think about warding? No, I haven't really made warding content.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dr. K said on his interview that, or on the talk with Pirate Software, he said that he would like to play Dota more, but doesn't have much time to play it anymore. So I'd imagine Dr. K on like very rare occasions plays Dota, but he also, I know he loves Dota, and that's why he like reached out to me a while back. What do you think will make you go back to Deadlock? Finished product, clear investment from Valve, and some sort of competitive content creation scene. And, yeah, just a more polished product overall. I talk about that a lot in my Deadlock and Load podcast. For all I know, Deadlock might, for a long time, just be a game that I really enjoy watching rather than playing. Because I do enjoy watching Deadlock streams. But I have fallen out of watching them because of the fact that I feel like the game's just not complete yet. So I'm not really watching it until I feel like that's the case. I am keeping up with what they're doing with the game, but I only really watch enough to understand, like, what to talk about during my podcast.
Whoa, mega kill. Uh-oh. Haha, mega kill.
BSJ Dr. K collab? No, we used to just have group Dota therapy sessions with Dr. K. It was a lot of like the big NA names. That was back before NA was like completely dead. Dr. K had this notion that perhaps we can help improve the mindset of the average professional Dota player or like high tier streamer in NA. So pretty much like all the noteworthy professional players and streamers were in a therapy group session. Dude, why would you not pick a support here? He had an option to pick a support. This guy just wasn't thinking at all. Should I try playing different roles? I feel like my current Divine 1 to 2 MMR is accurate as games are balanced and even. Learning is more important than climbing. Should I stick to carry or play other roles too? I would argue that anytime that you have this gut feeling that you've hit a wall, it's time to institute the J curve. I've said this, I've talked about the J curve so many times. The J curve is you learn a new skill and your competence or skill level goes like this temporarily because you're busy learning, and then it goes up. So yeah, I think if you have the instinct that you've hit a wall, time to institute the J curve. Teal is mad I picked TB. Whatever. Broken hero. Wants to get mad about it? Fine. Hydrate. Hello, Mr. Yellow Banana. Sup, dude?
Скажи, пусть тапки мне чистит, ебаные, за 100 тенге, блядский.
Oh, I need to add the emote, the Quinn. I need to add the Nightfall and the Quinn. I don't think I have those. Can you guys remind me after the game to add the Nightfall and the Quinn?
Чё там ответил Варлок? Говорю, он ботинки мне чистить будет? Нет, за тенге вот может спросить у него.
Thanks, guys.
Он слышит и так. Я передавать не буду, он слышит.
Thank you, Seer. You're very helpful. Okay, I need to stop talking and go into my game mode here. Let's compartmentalize. We're against TA, Leshrac, Pudge. It looks like Pudge offlane, Leshrac mid. Definitely a good Hurricane Pike Manta game. Definitely very good for that. Hurricane Pike for Pudge and Lesh. Manta for all the other shit. Like TA and Phoenix debuffs. I also have a Slarg carry, so it's going to be generally better to have another carry in the game. I could actually consider going Mage Slayer, but that might be a grief, honestly. Mage Slayer could be a grief. I actually don't know if Mage Slayer TV is like ever a thing. It probably isn't. Probably not a thing. And also, probably Slark's gonna buy one.
The battle begins!
I would hope Slark goes Mage Slayer. This is like an insanely good Mage Slayer game against Lesh Pudge. Facet did he take? Took the refraction one? Okay. This is a kill lane for sure because I have Marcy, so I'm gonna go Q. Wasn't ready for him to do that.
Radiant's courier has been slain.
I don't necessarily like what he's doing.
У него ДК хук.
I have reflection, or I have meta if you can be ready to go.
Oh man, first blood just splattered.
He meld strikes me. Thing? Lotus?
Ну, маны нет.
О, как, блядь. Хилки, да, у тебя не было? Это хуёво мы сдохли.
Кто мы?
Ну нет, ну мразь на Рубике!
Oh jeez, it's a killing
Wow.
spree.
Okay, we just got wrecked.
Double kill.
Not bad, I guess. I really don't know why he doesn't have his W. I don't want his E, I want his W, because we have Phoenix, but it's my bad for overestimating our capabilities. That was really bad. Terrorblade should beat TA in lane, so once again, unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Oi! Your top tower is under attack!
Развернись, да, и...
Really wish he had his fucking W. They're gonna try to invade our wisdom for sure. I really don't want to go Falcon Blade before a neutral item because I could just get mana regen. I guess I go Falcon Blade. You can have lane XP. I'll jungle.
Your bottom tower, mate. You better hop to it.
It's really important to jungle because then you get the neutrals.
Oh my god! Four in a row! He's now dominating! He's dominating, Rick!
What's he got? He's going Mask of Madness. My Slark is level 5 to the offlane Pudge level 6. TA is level 6 as well.
The enemy's bottom tower. It's fallen. There we go. Radiant structures. They're fortified.
They're not going to stack because there's creeps.
Oh, your middle tower. No, mate, don't even look at it. It is brutal what they have done.
They all come and stop. Very careful. Guys, we should go smoke and follow them. Go.
There's button, Марси. Это псих на Марсе, невероятно.
I don't fear death. We've got a friend in common.
Oh, it hit me. GG.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
С големом можем под мидом еще.
Fighting identity.
Fuck.
Have no game, guys. He only. No.
Oi! Your top tower! He's under
Go
attack!
play behind the block, guys. Get up.
Fresh fish! The enemy's top tower regrets the day it was born.
But maybe lesser gambling. We can go smoke.
Try to kill.
Yeah, it's about time.
Regeneration!
Guys.
I'm chilling until meta, boys. I can like clean up fights, but I can't really do anything significant.
Need you.
I can... Yeah.
there. Templar. Yes. Go back. No. Oh. You know.
I mean, Gossamer's is like really nice, but I just don't have a mana regen item, so. Ow. We can do Tormentor if I get help. Probably better to take it away from the possible. I don't think Lesh and Pudge are currently a problem. They might be, though.
They are there too. Need one ward there. 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 They did, you should fight first.
We don't have Golem for 40.
Pull down.
It's hard without Slark here. He's our vision.
But he can't have ult. Pull down.
I don't want to do this without Slark.
Morty, watch out! It's a killing spree!
Roger, egg.
Wubba lubba dub dub!
Look at that Thunderbird.
Morty, killing spree!
Wasn't like horrible, but.
Oh, jeez, he's dominating! Wubba lubba dub dub!
You want that farm? Otherwise, I'm going for it. I don't know why he's picking it.
Welcome to the Time Dive! Words.
Go chill maybe.
Yep, we can just force reactions. Maybe still fight.
coming, guys. No egg у них. Яиц у них нет, ребят. No balls, no eggs.
Oh man, this guy's dominating! Oh, mega kill! Double kill! Oh man.
The fuck? What the fuck was that range?
Whoa, initiating killing spree mode. Oh, Rick! He's dominating now! He's dominating! Man.
Центрей нету Керри.
Oi! Your top tower is under attack!
Ah! So many whiners in pubs, man. Phoenix just like rage buying back and not playing the game. Very sad. It looks like they're kind of playing now, so. Don't get baited, boys. They're looking tilted, but they're playing still.
Careful, let's give it.
He's not dead. He just ran away.
Whoa, mega kill. Uh-oh. Haha, mega kill.
Team's kind of throwing a little bit. Okay.
The enemy's bottom tower is fallen. Oh, some towers. Yeah, they just can't be reasoned with. Oh, come on, your middle tower is under attack. Oi, your top tower is under attack.
Careful, of course they wanna come. What's up, guys?
We can fight them with my Scotty. It's like a huge timing.
Forgot to kill Purge, guys. Easier, no damage. I talked about this one.
Can we fight them with this? I'll come to you guys, actually.
You come top.
Getting my item. Coming, guys. Let's fuck them up.
Чё там, Варлок? Ай-яй-яй, грязючечка, братик, иду.
Can we smoke into them, actually? Can you smoke?
Чё, мужского во мне много, ребят, я влетаю.
This is kind of a lazy executed play.
Или go hit лешрак.
Guys, we should fight there, control there and take the buildings, not following enemy everywhere. What is this right now? Guys, area and...
I owe you one.
Tower's under attack, son! Your bottom tower, mate! You better hop to it!
I'm really strong with meta in 50 seconds.
That dire
Really
team,
strong.
they don't muck about. The enemy's middle tower got obstacles. Yeah.
Missed hook.
The enemy's top tower is fallen. Your bottom tower's under attack, son. Oh, your bottom tower just passed me. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss. Radiant's been fortificated. Don't waste your time. Your bottom tower, mate. You better hop to it. Your bottom tower's under attack, son. The enemy's top tower regrets the day it was born. Your bottom tower, mate. You better hop to it. This don't look good. Hey, the enemy's top barracks have fallen.
Oh no! Okay, we shouldn't fight without my meta, guys. That's my bad. We got melee racks. Without meta, my hero's kind of useless this game. They have too much range shit. We're gonna go butterfly satanic. Oh no. Is he actually gonna live? Wait, what? There's no way he lives from this.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? It's a killing spree over here.
Play with fucking idiots. Win the game.
Right, come on, your middle tower is under attack. Oh, look, Dyer's fortified, I see.
If we fight with meta, the TA can't fight into us. I'll just shred him. So just play with my meta. That's my bad. I definitely go butterfly satanic this game.
No, not good. Come on, your middle tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified.
Come on, after that, go back.
Rubik with fucking shrapnel, man. They already farmed this. Jeej. We fight them top if they keep going? I don't think they will, but...
Oi, your top tower is under attack.
If I get butterfly satanic, I don't think we can lose this game. Unless I'm just high. Don't get away.
My favorite customer.
No, hodgepodge, guys. Hodgepodge, don't go for God. This piece of shit is good target.
I'm waiting for my item, guys. Be careful. Coming to you guys from across the map.
Wubba lubba dub dub!
Do it again. I mean, I guess my team will just win the fight for me.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Easy game.
The enemy's middle tower got what was coming.
Easy game, easy game, easy life. OP hero, easy life.
Nice. The enemy's top barracks won't be troubling now if header creeps. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower got what was coming. Yeah, I got a disconnect. Dire victory!
Why is TB being played off lane? TB's being played off lane because he's so broken that you don't want to lane against it as an off laner. Does that make sense? Hey BSJ, love your content. Interesting that you level up stats and level Q early. Can you explain logic? Not sure what you mean by level up stats. Add the Nightfall and Quinn. Nice, we'll do that. Search the Quinn. There we go. Confirm. Right. And then the Nightfall. Add to BSJ. Very good. Wait, do I not have 7 TV on this computer? Oh, I have it. Did it not add it? What do you think about Slark Position 1? Feels like Hero's overhyped since the start of the patch. I don't think Slark Position 1 has been hyped very much at all. Like, I don't think I've seen a Slark Position 1 in pro matches in forever. Did it not get added? Emotes. You guys see the Nightfall? It's so confusing. You ever skip the tier 4 neutral and stick to the attack range at tier 3? Yeah, I would have 100% stuck with the tier 3 neutral that game. I'll have to look into the 7 TV emotes later, I guess. Easy games today. I think the only game we lost, we could have won. Didn't work out though. Can you play Jug? Sorry, buddy. We play good heroes here. That's all we do here. That's what we do at this stream, is we play good heroes. I think TB might be the best hero in the game right now. He's at least like top 3. It's like arguable that like heroes like Beastmaster are more all around broken, but man, TB's like so fucking strong right now. BSJ is not a fan of Jugs. I love Jugs, just not Jug. I like Jugs when they come in pairs, not when they're singular.
I'm afraid Radiant's middle tower is under siege.
No love for Coddle? I think Coddle's strong, but I don't think he's like one of the strongest heroes in Dota.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I personally don't think TB is very hard. I think if you think Terrorblade is hard, then it's more so you probably don't understand the hero. I actually think Terrorblade's a lot more like Lone Druid nowadays than like a traditional illusion hero. If you notice, like a lot of times I'm farming, I just sit in fog and let my illusions clear the wave, but I have to be close to them, otherwise they do no damage. So I actually think TB is much more like Lone Druid.
Double kill.
Are you still in Europe? Yes, I'll be in Europe for a really long time at least. I'm currently in the process of buying a house in the Netherlands, so I will be here long term. I know it's been long, but have you been able to apply what you learned from the Dr. K Pirate It hasn't been long. Oh, yeah, I actually applied it in my game today. It wasn't like an exact one-to-one application, but my teammate and I were on very different pages. I was really upset during the game. And after the game, I just kind of asked myself, how could I have communicated that better so that he's more likely to listen to me? Or at least want to work with me. And, you know, we went over basically what I could have communicated better rather than dwelling on the fact that he wasn't listening to me. So I think that already, you know, basically the Dr. K session was a lot, or the Dr. K talk was a lot about there being a disconnect between what you want to happen or what you want the person to understand and what they're interpreting your speech as. So that was like, it was like a reminder that there's some disconnect, and understanding what's creating the disconnect is like the way to solve it, right? It's like a very formulaic, very insightful way to look into when there's a miscommunication. So for me, you know, I did that today already, which is good. Why is everyone moving to the Netherlands? I mean, I moved to the Netherlands first, so that alone, I think, tells you the answer. BSJ trendsetter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Doesn't Netherlands have a certain law that doesn't permit the trade of digital goods? I know they have a law where if you have loot boxes in your video games, you have to tell people what's in the next one. Which ends up being that you just gamble to get the next one, but either way, it honestly doesn't do much in my opinion, but like if I open a chest in the Netherlands, it'll tell me what's in it before I open it. What if the Netherlands decided to move? That's a good question. What city do you live in? I live in Utrecht. Eindhoven is a place I've been to once or twice. But I love Utrecht. I could definitely see myself living in Utrecht for the rest of my life. That's kind of why I'm like learning, not kind of, that is why I'm learning Dutch and, you know, fully integrating here and stuff. Yeah, my Dutch is slowly improving in terms of pronunciation. Working on it. Only way to get better is to just say it, you know. We're getting there. How hard is it to learn a new language after 30? I mean, the only reason it was really hard, it's really hard for me, or like what I'm having to overcome, is feeling stupid. It's a work in progress, but I'm definitely pretty far past that, meaning like I feel much better nowadays than I did before.
Someone disconnected.
But I don't think it's that hard to learn something as long as you... I think learning to rewrite the way you think is like having a dynamic mind. Yes, it's harder as you're older, but it's a skill in and of itself, I think. So for me, it's mainly like insecurities and anxiety rather than having to like think differently.
Let's get back to the action.
I mean, it's Utrecht, right? It's Utrecht. I understand it's a... And maybe on stream I should do it too, but generally I don't say that on stream. What about your personal life? Yeah, I have a girlfriend, and she's definitely my life partner. But there's no, like, marriage or anything. Den Haven. Never been to Den Haven. If you're saying The Hague, then I've been there. I was in The Hague like 2 weeks ago or something, 3 weeks.
No more time to rest. Stay sharp.
Oh, he's dominating!
I remember you said before about not being interested in having children. Same thing. There's a chance, but probably not. Same thing. Interesting that he took the illusion facet.
Dire's bottom tower is under siege.
He's dead. When he had 26 charges. Can I be your girlfriend? No. Unless you want to be the bitch on the side. Does your girlfriend play Dota? No. Is your girlfriend Dutch? No, she is Polish. The best thing is that everyone speaks fluent English and Dutch in the Netherlands. I do think it's really important that if you plan to live here long term that you do learn Dutch. So it's like really nice, but it also enables you to not learn Dutch, which I think is bad. What's your girlfriend's position about not having children? Her and I are very aligned. We have, I don't want to say the word obviously, but in my opinion, it's very obvious, quote unquote, that you should have that discussion like right away. Like that's something that we're very aligned on. We had that discussion like day 2 or 3 or something. You Americans are too lazy to learn a new language. I'm gonna go ahead and time you out for a week. Because you're not wrong that a lot of Americans don't want to learn a new language, but to group all of us together so biasly like that is very offensive, so I'm just going to time you out for a week.
It looks like they're going after Dire's middle tower.
Is someone trying to scam in Discord? It looks like it. I have a bunch of ats.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it looks like there was. Good job, mods. I don't think it really helps for you guys to respond with things like, I hope you die. What's wrong with you guys?
They've made a beeline.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and time out some messages here. Delete message for using the R word. Go and delete that one.
This won't be pretty.
One thing I've learned about having a community is it's very easy to be disappointed in your community.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is probably one of the least Americans. Yeah, I mean, there's just such a big difference between... There's a lot of Americans who are too lazy to learn a new language, and you Americans are too lazy to learn a language. Like, that's just... There's just such a huge difference in the way you say that. One of them implies you're, like, open-minded, but talking about your experiences, and the other one's, like, a judgment, and you're kind of like a bigot, you know? Like, those are the two connotations that happen here. So, yeah, I just... You know, I don't have any patience for people who come off that way. But I know he's probably not trying to do that, so that's why I timed him out for a week rather than banning him. But I think he was just kidding. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong.
like they're going after Dire's middle tower.
I think it's better to have a major life-changing decision happen randomly without any discussion before it. That's a good idea as well. Yeah, it's really difficult for the brain to learn something that it knows deep down that it doesn't have to learn. So for me, what's motivated me is that my goal is not to be able to speak Dutch in order to function. My goal is to speak Dutch to feel like I belong here and that I respect the culture. So like, that means I do have to learn Dutch to accomplish my goal. If my goal is to be able to talk to people, then I don't need to learn Dutch because they all just speak English. So it's all about, I think, reshaping your goals and what's your motivation. So for me, my goal is to feel like I belong and to respect the culture of the country that I want to live in, so.
No more time to rest. Stay sharp. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Start small and ask us to not switch to English. Yeah, at some point I had a pretty good routine of asking people not to swap to English. But then like a little bit of like anxiety kicked in. But I've regained my curiosity, I guess you could say. Like every morning I go into a coffee place to get coffee and I've told them like I want to speak Dutch rather than English. So they've been amazingly polite and like literally like the 5 or 6 different baristas that they have speak Dutch to me. So like this morning I went in being like, I know I have a card with you guys and I think I'm on my last one. So, you know, I was like, ik denk dat the last that the laatste is van mijn kaart. So, you know, I went in there practicing that. And then I asked him, I was like, you know, ik heb een vraag. Hoe zeg je? Or what was I saying? Ik. Like welke. What did I say? It was like, which one's correct? And then I said, ik denk dat the laatste is van mijn kaart, or the laatste of the laatste van mijn kaart is. Like I was like, I don't know which one it is. And then he told me each one was correct. So I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm currently doing like 2 lessons of Dutch per week. And what I'm realizing is that if I don't actually practice the language, then I just don't really retain anything meaningful. I have so much knowledge with a complete inability to apply it. Like, my vocabulary is like way better than my ability to speak. So, yeah, I'm just trying to take one little step at a time. And I think, you know, coffee shop's a great place to start. Ik heb een vraag. Hoe zeg je welke is juist? Juist, is that correct? Ik denk dat de laatste van mijn kaart is. Okay. Oh, welke is juist? Is juist correct? Juist. Yeah, okay. That's a good word to know. Juist. Welke is juist? Okay. Thank you. Or sorry, dankjewel. Of spreek je Nederlands? Ik gebruik Nederlands. How do you say to thank you? I don't know. To thank you? I don't know. Or just get a Dutch girlfriend, BSJ? No, what I'm saying, I mean, what I was trying to say is if you're speaking Dutch, I should thank you in Dutch. Like, that's what I was trying to say. I know how to say thank you in Dutch. I don't know how to say I should thank you. I don't know how to say that, actually. I know how to say thank you. Use Duolingo? Yeah, I use Duolingo. Duolingo is quite helpful for vocabulary and some daily practice, but I think on its own, it's definitely not enough. It's like not even close to enough. How long are you planning to stay in the Netherlands? There's no expiration date on that. I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom and then we'll queue up our last game of the day. And after this game, we've got the coaching session giveaway for subscribers. Reminder, if you win the giveaway, the coaching session is being done right now. So last week, I had a little bit of forgiveness for the guy that wasn't ready. But this week, if you're not ready to do the coaching session when the giveaway is won, I'll move on to the next person and not do the coaching session with you. So just for the record, the coaching session giveaway is after my next pub, and it will be immediately. So I'll be right back. BSJ and I are moving to Spain, in case he hasn't told you. Yep, we're eloping to Barcelona. How much is a coaching session usually? An hour for a coaching session is usually 120. So we're doing about a 30-minute session for the giveaway. So it's about a $60 worth value, I guess. Technically. Ik zou je moeten bedanken. Ah, so I shall. So to say I should, it's I. Or Ixao. Wait, what's Zao? Because Zal is Zao. What is Zao? Fuck. Zao. Oh, Zao is to I would. So I must would be how you'd say I should. Interesting. I'd rather buy a new game with that money, lol. Yeah, just imagine walking into a store, seeing something for a price, and say, I'd rather do this than that. People are so fucking clueless to how they come off. I'll time you out for a week. The question begs, who fucking asked, bro? Megalomania Rehab, thanks for the 3 months. Dutch is confusing because English and Dutch are sister languages. Some things are easy to grasp and others are uncannily confusing. Yeah, a lot of it's... originally, I was trying to directly translate from English to Dutch, and eventually I realized that if I think like that, then it's really confusing when things are the same. Like, it actually just gets really confusing for words that are just the exact same. So I realized I just had to really create Dutch mode and English mode.
Time now for the dire team to choose.
That's what I had to do. Did you ever consider learning an English or an Asian language? I did consider learning Chinese back when I was with my ex. Because she was Chinese. But it never really stuck.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, he picked a safe laner. Darn, Terrorblade's banned. I'm just gonna go bristleback. I think I want a salve against Treant Protector. I just think it's really funny when people like feel the need to share something that, when you really think about it, is just completely like unnecessarily offensive. Like, yeah, oh my god, that's such a waste of money. It's like, what do you do when you go into a store and something's not a good price for you? You just walk out, right? It's like, can you just apply real life knowledge? It's not that hard. You know what I mean? Radiance would actually be kind of cool. Radiance would be fucking cool, actually. Maybe I try Radiance. Fuck it, dude. Only one way to find out. We're gonna go Radiance instead of Ags. When I walk into a store and I don't like the price of something, I walk straight to the manager and tell them I hate the price. Fair enough. Then you would be a guy that acts the same on Twitch than you do in real life, so I commend you. I just think the average internet user really isn't considering what they're saying and how it would apply to real life, right? And there's a reason why there's like so many misunderstandings, miscommunications, and just overall toxicity on the internet. And it's because people are just completely unaware of what they say and how it comes off, because they're not thinking about it. Because you're not actually looking at somebody face to face, you know? So, yeah, I mean, overall, sometimes I'll just say nothing, and sometimes I'll call you out because I think you're annoying. And this time I chose the latter. I want to try Radiance this game. I'm going to go Vanguard Radiance.
Not yet.
I'm gonna do the Waga build. We're gonna do like Vanguard Pipe Radiance. Or sorry, Vanguard Radiance Pipe. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
I'll sort this out.
I refuse to equate the theme park of the internet to real life. If you think the internet's a theme park, as long as you're not interacting with anybody on a meaningful level, then that's fine. Go do your thing. I just may choose not to interact with you, meaning ban you. You know?
Oi, one step at a time. Oi, one step at a time.
I don't know. I'm not gonna level fucking goo, bruh. Yes, I am indeed seeing red facets.
No problem, no problem.
I'll sort this.
Does this guy have a quelling? He does.
Use your fucking Queening Blade, bro.
That's what I'm doing.
No, I'm not ready. Time for a good scrap.
No negative, no negative.
Why am I getting flavor all of a sudden?
I'll sort this out. I'm under attack. Dead broke. By all means. One step at a time. His faces need mashing. Ah! You don't say. For your troubles. Denied. Indeed. It's not time yet, mate. Oh! Bit of work to do. No. Here we go. More than cake throat, sunshine.
If you can push this lane, I can... Блять. Вот, короче, уебать.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, they got the drop on me. I'll sort this out. Oi, one step at a time. There's more where that came from. You don't say.
No, I'm not ready.
Yes. I'm not ready. Boom. Here we go. Yes. By all means.
Denied.
One step at a time. Ooh. So, ah! I'm under attack! That way! Guildford proper. Bit of work to do.
Nice.
Here we go! Indeed. Ah! One step at a time. Ah! Oi! One step at a time. I'll sort this. Not yet.
Oh boy, Morty, somebody just got real brave over there.
It's not time yet. Ah! Here we go. Quilled in the line of duty. Now this, yeah, by all means. Oh! That way. Ah! Bit of work to do.
Нету.
I'll sort this out.
I thought he was coming back bottom.
Indeed.
Trent on the middle.
Oi! You don't say. This ain't how
I mean, like,
Fledglings don't belong in this fight.
fine. My bad. I mean, I kind of had to die, to be honest. I just had to die. Do I go Bracer? I think since I died and I bought a salve, I just go Vanguard. Yeah. If you have time to stack it all, it's great. I think I just had to die. I probably should have leveled Goo, knowing that the only way I was going to play this lane is to die.
It's not time yet. I'm under attack. Yes.
You gonna come back?
Nice.
I'm gonna kill you.
Son.
I'm talking to you, tough guy.
Yes. That way.
Подживешь, я прилечу.
Нет, нет, нет.
Yes. Denied. Not yet. Here we go.
Грустно.
Я думал, тебя диаболики как минимум потратили.
Не-не-не, не
They got the drop on me. One step at a time. Oof. These faces need mashing.
Blast it. They're after your middle tower.
Oi, one step at a time.
Нормально.
I'll sort this out.
Killing spree, whoa!
This'll sort you out. Time for a good scrap. By all means. Indeed. Ah! I'll sort this.
Really important I got that
One
CS.
step at a time. Denied. Ah! Time for a good scrap.
блядь, куда ты выходишь-то? Было бы кнутом
Он меня
вытаскивать туда.
уебашил бы.
Не-не-не, тебя бы вытащил кнутом и забрал бы виздом.
One step at a time.
I have Soaring coming on career.
Zan, забей Hugo Tower.
Yes.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
By all means. Here we go. Ah. Not yet. Not yet. Ah, stuff you good. I'll sort this out.
Double kill.
What would I do? Yes.
The middle tower is under attack.
Там вот Spirit бот идет. Вот Spirit coming бот.
I have tonic.
Oi! You don't say. I'm not ready. I'll sort this.
I don't think anybody's stacked for me, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is.
It's not time yet, mate. Oi! One step at a time. It's not time yet. You don't say. One step at a time. Not
I guess
yet.
Tinker's
I am not ready. By all means. Bash we go. That way.
Displaying their usual lack of imagination, they're going straight for your middle tower.
No, I'm not ready. Have some of that.
I wouldn't want to be in that middle tower at this moment.
Not yet. Bit of work to do.
Whoa, killing spree. Oh!
Your tower is under attack.
Ah! Yes. It's not time yet. Ooh. I'll bash you dim. Ah!
Look to the top tower. They're attacking.
Here we go.
They're attacking your top tower. Will they never stop?
Not yet.
Wow.
Ah!
Oh,
Yeah.
ownage.
Apparently he can kill me through a Vanguard.
These faces need mashing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, this guy's dominating. Ownage.
Wow. Okay, so Kez can kill me through a Vanguard. That's interesting. I figured he's a right-click hero, so he can't kill me.
The top tower. It's under
But
attack.
obviously he's a hero I don't understand very well, so...
All hands to the top tower. It's under attack.
That's pretty wild, actually. How's my Tinker doing? Kaya?
That's it then. The top tower is no
Excellent.
more.
Probably have to go Blade Mail before I go anything greedy.
Yes. You're dead. It's not time yet. These faces need. Ah!
Ow. That's crazy fucking damage, bro. Actually crazy fucking damage. Void Spirit's right here.
Here we go. Indeed. One step at a time. Yes.
Kez is coming mid.
Displaying their usual lack of imagination, they're going straight for your middle tower.
Oh, not so fast, Morty, because he just mega killed. It's a mega kill now.
You want it?
Blast it. They're after your middle tower. It seems Dire has chosen to strengthen their structures.
Scrap.
It's definitely clear that the average pub player does not understand Kez, right? Because I don't understand it.
Under attack.
Not yet. Oi!
I wouldn't want to be in that middle tower at this moment.
I got the drop on me. It's not time yet, mate. I got the drop on me. I'll sort this out.
Бичек убейте хотя бы.
I'm not ready. to... You don't say. Time for a good scrap. It's not time yet, mate. By all means.
So he's going Desolator. I mean, we're clearly in like turtle mode. We have Tinker Medusa. So.
Not yet.
Trying to get an item.
Here we go.
Just steal my farm.
No, I'm not ready.
Hindi na natin.
You don't say. No, I'm not ready.
Oh boy, killing spree.
I was surprised you could even comprehend my existence.
Wait, no, hold on. He's unstoppable.
You gotta come back. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Rick, he's dominating now. He's dominating. Spree.
They got the top of me.
To the bottom tower. They've laid siege to it.
Bring your lights out.
Protect the bottom tower, or it will be lost.
Come on. Excuse me. I'm under attack. One step at a time. It's not time yet, mate. I'll sort this out.
Horn from Kez. That guy's fucking scary, boys.
За мной бежит, Кев.
I'll sort this.
That guy's fucking terrifying.
Oi, one step at a time. Tough luck. These faces need mashing.
Надо еще покачаться. Нужно просто покачаться и не фидить.
Oi, one step at a time.
I can't use the soul ring at all because Kez just destroyed me.
These faces need mashing.
I like how this Medusa just like gives me the farm. I don't know if he's supposed to do that.
Getting me blood up now. I'm not ready. It is not time yet. You get it? Yes. Oh, where are my manners? Not yet.
Now I see what they want.
By all
They're attacking the bottom tower.
Смысленно. Но у меня есть ульта,
It's not
кстати.
time yet. You get it?
Your bottom tower has fallen.
What
Not
is this?
quite it, but ever so close.
Bit of
Carry
work
on.
to do.
And this Kez guy is just
One step at a
incredibly
time.
scary.
It's not time yet, mate. I'm alright.
I'm gonna take mana regen.
I'll sort this.
I'm having a resource issue.
You don't say. Yes. You want some of this, son? You want it?
Тут стак есть.
I'll sort this out. No, I'm not ready.
Do I go Halberd or do I go Radiance first?
Not yet. Indeed.
This guy's
Here we
Mage
go.
Slayer.
Not yet. You wear it well, mate. Oh.
И 10 левела, блядь, саппорты. Мы можем даже саппортов убивать.
They smoked.
Дохуя дадут.
That way. I'm about. There's some food for ya. These places need mashing.
Yep.
Not yet.
Overall, pretty good. That's a 4-man smoke.
Bit of work to do. Brilliant. Excuse me. You don't say.
Definitely taking this one.
I'll sort this out.
Honestly, I think I just take this one.
By all means. I wouldn't want to be in that middle tower. To me.
Mega kill.
My bad,
He
my
just
bad. I
mega
should've ran
killed.
too. That's my bad, man. You're right. I mean, I was trying to turn the right direction in order to not die to the guy. Unfortunate.
Morty, who was that?
I don't know. It was pretty tight.
That was a really scary play by Tinker.
Time for a little bashing. One step at a time. I'll sort this.
What's Visage have? Okay.
Here we go.
I think I just have to go auras.
Yes. It's not time yet, mate. This'll sort you out. Bit of work to do. I'll sort this. Here we go.
I don't think these camps are blocked. I'm gonna check. Yeah, I think just Tinker farmed them. Ancients are blocked. Okay, his bag. This guy's a master tier Kez.
One step at a time. Yes. Time for a good scrap. I got the top on me. Not yet. Ooh. I am not.
Oh jeez, it's a killing spree!
I'm just perma-stunned. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. I'm actually perma-stunned.
We may save the bottom tower yet.
I was like spamming Crimson and I couldn't use it. I can't tell if this guy's going AC or if he's going, yeah, I can't tell what he's going. Looks like offlane Bristle's not really working for me. I'll probably stop picking it. It's just not really working for me. I can't seem to win the way Amar does with this.
It's not time yet, mate.
And I don't really like the goo bristle, so.
Oh, jeez, he's dominating! If you say it really fast a bunch of times, it starts to not make any sense. Ownage! 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 Ownage!
That way! It's not time.
Походу не вариант, парни.
You don't say. I'm not ready. Yes. At last, we've destroyed that top tower.
I mean,
Back.
Oh, Morty. Oh, you better hold on to your hat, because now it's a mega kill. That's 5, baby. 5. There's no accident anymore. Oh, this isn't an accident now. Holy crap, Rick, he's unstoppable! Double kill.
we don't seem ever ready to save me from anything.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Да, это аутист ебаный на бристлбеке, блядь, он конченый долбоёб.
Hurry. We may
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to be useful this game. That's my bad.
tower has fallen. Nothing good will
I
come
feel
of
like
this.
I just died too fast.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not really sure how to solve that problem.
Fortified.
Coming behind him. See how it goes.
You don't say.
Hey, blast
Can you smell it? The smell of freshly slaughtered.
well, they don't even have a. They don't even have a silver edge or break or anything, and I just die facing the other direction.
The middle tower is gone.
So Kez just fucking destroys you, huh? Like this actually just destroys me. That's crazy. I guess I go Glimmer. That seems like the only option.
Protect the bottom tower, or it will be lost.
I don't think I can go Ghost Scepter.
No more bottom tower, my friend.
That's ridiculous. Ownage.
They've attacked the bottom barracks. Sorry, my friend. Your barracks on the bottom has been destroyed.
Oh, ownage.
Save the bottom barracks. We must stop them there once and for all. Your bottom barracks are no more. No good will come of this.
Not yet.
Displaying their usual lack of imagination, they're going straight for your middle tower.
One step at a time. Bit of work to do. Indeed. No getting away now. I'll sort this. Oi! No, here we go. I'm under attack. Not yet. It's bright and breezy.
Whoa! There's a monster kill just happened.
What's your
First time seeing a monster kill?
I actually think we can still win this game, and I talked about how I could like communicate differently. So I understand you guys aren't happy with my Fazit choice. I'm gonna try my best to win, and I'm sorry that I made this game hard. So I will communicate that and move on. They keep being mad at me. That's fine. I think we can still win, so we'll see how it goes. The fact that this Kez like dove base and died is a good for us. Is good. Probably need another armor item. Right now I'm sitting at 25 armor, but he has Deso, and this guy probably has AC. Yeah. So we're looking at.
It's not time yet, mate.
I'm not sure where we're going with this. Where are you wanting to go with this? Rush? Okay.
Но мы не можем, по-моему, мы не можем. We can't go rush.
It's not time yet, mate. By all means.
Не нарушай. I can confirm. Это, блядь, down.
Просто лени хотя бы откушать.
These faces need mashing.
Yes, БКБ.
One step at a time. No, I'm not ready. Oi! One step at a time. Bit of work to do. What do you know? Yes.
Does Void Spirit have? Okay. DD on Void Spirit as well.
Not yet. I'll sort this out.
Надо убить.
I'm not ready. That way.
Атоса до сих пор нет.
This is some godlike stuff.
No, yes.
Без степов, без степов.
They got the drop on me.
Jesus Christ.
Ну,
That way.
это все.
I'm under attack.
They're attacking your top tower.
Вообще нельзя.
Dude, that's so much fucking damage from that guy. That's crazy.
Просто всех убивает. Надо. Коры не могут запротектить вообще ни единого саппорта.
Ownage.
А, ну похуй, еще играем. Еще файт можно будет провести, хуй знает.
All hands to the top tower. It's under attack. Here we go. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Okay, we'll stop picking Bristleback offlane. My teammates always get tilted and it never works, so probably something related there.
It's lost. Farewell, middle barracks. Be advised. Our opponents are now marching with mega creeps.
I'm not good enough to be a Mar.
Can anyone hear me? It's a killing spree over here.
Be quick about it. The middle tower is under attack. The middle tower is now part of history. I'm afraid that's not it, but I have complete faith in you. For the love of... They destroyed your middle tower.
Pretty sure BB counters Kez. I mean, the guy could kill me through Vanguard pretty much solo, so I don't see how that would be the case.
Тут просто на Бристлбэке присутствует.
Бристлбэк это самый главный, понятное дело.
Oh no! You've got to be.
Yeah, Kez is an interesting hero. I don't fully understand it very well.
Who we fighting? Those guys?
I feel like Kez is one of those heroes that's countered by him not being able to hit you rather than tanking through his hits. That seems like the way Kez works. Like my instinctive way of understanding the hero. Problem is I don't play against Kez very often, so it's hard to really learn the hero. I'm gonna go ahead and do this though. What was my final win-loss today? Like 3-2 or something? It was 3-2. Okay. Keep losing with Bristleback, so we'll hang it up. We will hang that one up. We will admit defeat. His katana passive bypasses Vanguard. Oh, does it? That's interesting. So it's based on his original hit rather than... Like, it's based on how much damage his hit was supposed to do rather than what it actually did?
Flightless need me.
Oh, and it also has health regen reduction. Yeah, I mean, that means he absolutely counters Bristleback. This shit has health regen reduction as well. Like, that's not even fucking close then. Like, Bristleback's all about, like, sustain, health regen. That's, like, all the hero's about. So. You need a Dispel. But that's the thing, like, Bristleback doesn't naturally build Dispels. Like, none of the good items on Bristle are Dispels. So, that innately makes the matchup bad. It's like, I understand that I can itemize differently for the matchup, but if you're telling me, like, I need to buy Dispels, like, Bristle doesn't want to buy Dispels. Like, there's no situation where that hero wants to buy Dispels. Like, maybe Yule Scepter, but, like, Greaves is not really a Bristle item. Like, you can go it, but it's definitely not the way Bristle wants to be played, so... Bristleback can go Lotus, like, 4th item, for sure. But, like, the point of Bristleback... So I kind of lose my patience right now. Let's reset. Let's like, make sure we're on the same topic. I think one of the most powerful parts about Bristleback is that he is very inconvenient to kill between, like, minute 7 and minute 20. Like, it's really hard to kill him. And if you do kill him, it's because you bring, like, 4 heroes. I think most of the heroes that hard counter Bristle are ones that can kill him with a +1, like Ursa, or they can single-handedly out-sustain him in lane, like Morphling, where he buys Vlad's, has high armor, and just hits you, right? So those are the heroes that generally give Bristle a bad time. Like, I think the definition of heroes that give that hero a bad time are ones that make it easy to kill him, like 7 to 20 minutes into the game. Because anything else, he can itemize for. Like, anything else later on, like Silver Edges and stuff, he can itemize for that. But Bristleback, like, he has, like, a group of items he goes, you know? So if this guy can just straight up kill me, like, with +1 at, like, minutes 8, then the hero's a counter to Bristle. Like, that's just how I look at it. So... Like, you can tell me Dota 2 Pro Tracker says that it's Kez favored. But, like, I know for a fact if a hero can kill you pretty much single-handedly at minute 7 and you're Bristleback, that hero counters you. Period. You know what I mean? The thing is, Slark actually can't single-handedly kill Bristle because the Bristle stacks from W are actually too strong for Slark. It's actually too much. I can spam W and the Slark can't ever go on me. He can go on me with, like, 2 heroes that help him. But that's why Slark's more of, like, a counter later than he is early. But then Slark's not even that bad later because you can buy items to deal with him. So, like, heroes that out-sustain you and can kill you are the problem. So, Morph's a great example. TB's annoying. And then apparently Kez. Ursa. Kez is annoying. TA is annoying. TA is very annoying. Because these heroes just offer early game something that allows them to kill you. It's like PA is more of a late game counter, but she's also really strong in lane against Bristle because Bristleback's really weak level 1. And PA hits like this insane level 2 timing. So PA can be a problem in lane as well as in game. But if we're thinking about carries, if you're just against some generic ranged carry or like an illusion carry that isn't TB, or honestly, any of the strength carries are generally not really a problem because they're all pretty low armor. Those are the heroes that Bristleback likes to lane against. But yeah, I mean, I keep first picking Bristle and then getting hard countered and losing. It's like the difference between picking Terrorblade and getting hard countered and winning, you know? That's like the difference, so yeah. I'm proud of myself because I did what I said I would do in my diary video, which is own up to what I did, say it to my teammates, and move on. I owned up to what I did. I apologize for making their game difficult, and I understood that it was my facet choice that is making them upset. So... You said you were going Radiance, though? But yeah, that's because I thought I would have the ability to farm it, but I didn't because I was against Kez and I misunderstood that matchup. Like, there's no timing in that game where I could save 5k gold. I was literally dying when I was investing every ounce of gold I had into trying to be tankier. So, you know, it was definitely just me not understanding that matchup. This game was bad because of the facet choice. But like that's kind of like irrelevant, right? Because it's irrelevant because I'm trying to play Seeing Red Bristle and make it work. Because that's what Amar the fucker does, and he's like really good at Dota. I know the majority of other people use the green facet, but I don't really like the green facet. Like, I don't like using it. So if I can't win with the Seeing Red facet and I don't like the green facet, then I'm just not gonna pick Bristle. Like, that's fine. For me, that is fine. I'm not particularly, like, losing to Bristle in my pubs. So the only time I'll change my mind on that is if I start losing to Bristle. And I feel like I have to be able to play it. If that happens, then I'll start working on Bristle. I mean, if I think like that, where I say, but yeah, he's a Mar. If I think like that, that's just a fucking loser mentality. Like, if you think like that, that's just a loser mentality, right? That guy's just better than me, so I can't do that. Like, that's like such a loser mentality, in my opinion. What do you have, Hero and Ember on your ban list? Because he's like one of the most broken mids right now. I think Ember's win rate at like every single pro tournament in the last month or two has been like 75%. Yeah. I used to win a lot with Bristle, but now I think I have a negative win. Oh yeah. So look at, I'm like still 52%, but I've lost like a bunch of games out of the last 10, 11. So I feel like my Bristle was always pretty good, but something about the way Bristle works now, it just isn't the same hero, obviously, because he's mainly the green facet unless you're playing carry. And the only time I would pick Bristle carry is if it's Enigma offlane. I guess I should put Bristle back in my carry pool because I would pick him against Enigma specifically. And perhaps Beastmaster, perhaps. But it's okay, you second picked your offlane and you got counterpicked. I think I'm in the mood of not responding to comments anymore. So I'll just act like I didn't read that, I guess. Okay. We have the coaching session giveaway. We are ready to do the coaching session giveaway. It is for subscribers only. Reminder that if you do win, the coaching session is 30 minutes and it's right now. So if you do win, it's right now. You have to have a replay ID ready and we will be doing the session right now. So I'll be asking you your MMR, have a replay ID ready. Last week, we only had 5 entries. So if you're a subscriber and that interests you, I'm giving you, 2-3 minutes to go do that right now. Because it is a free session. So I'm going to go to the bathroom really quickly, and then we're going to do a coaching session. So BRB. Let's go. Moobot. Giveaways. Create giveaway. We're going to make it subscriber mode. Do we need to be in the Discord? Yes. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yes. So I'll be checking to see if you are in the Discord as well. That is a requirement as well. But anybody can be in the Discord. You don't have to be a subscriber to be in the Discord, but the rule is to be a subscriber. So we're going to be doing this every Monday. So that's the rule. If you want a chance to win in the future, just keep that in mind. Okay, so if you guys want to enter the giveaway, just type coaching in chat. Coaching like this. For any subscribers who want a chance to win. Wait, did I enter? What if I won? So yeah, we'll give you guys, you know, 2 or 3 minutes to enter, and then we'll go. I think I entered, so there's like a chance I draw myself, but if I draw myself, I'll just redraw. What was I gonna do? You're gonna need to retype that UYR. It's technically 1 out of 6 because I'm the 7th one. So you're 1 out of 6 to win right now. BSJ does 5 push-ups. Let's go. Okay, looks like we've got all of our entries. Looks like we've got all our entries. Go ahead and show on the screen. 3, 2, 1. BSJ wins. TYR369. You are the winner, sir. TYR369. I honestly thought more people would be interested. We had 1 more entry this week than we did last week, so that's a 20% increase. The problem is people just aren't aware that I'm doing this. I mean, it's not like a problem. There's no problem. My goal is to reward and encourage people who are already a part of the community, so... And basically say thank you. Unlucky launching Dota. How long do I have? I mean, I'm not going to be, like, completely, you know, ruthless, but a few minutes, ideally. Dude, you're a little bit late, my friend. Sorry, buddy, but you're late. I need to archive the giveaway, actually. Giveaways, archive. Okay. We can make it subscribers off. BSJ wins coaching. BSJ flames BSJ of the past. True. True, true. Okay, TYR, go ahead and send me your Discord name in chat. I'll add you to a call. And I obviously will check if you're in my Discord server. We did talk about that being a prerequisite. So if he is not in my Discord server, then, you know. I need your Discord ID, sir, so I can reach out to you. Hire is cool. Okay. We got to check members. Hire is cool. Okay, he's in there. He's been a member of the Discord for a year. Very pog. Hello. Right on, Dark Horse. Right on, dog. Glad you learned something from it. Looks like we're using an RD2L game. That's interesting. I messaged you. Tire is cool. Please confirm you're here by messaging me back. Check in with the YouTube chat, I guess. How's the YouTube chat doing? Yes, I read messages from Twitch only for now. What's the point of Terror Position 3? There's just some heroes in Dota's history that are so broken during a patch that they can be played off-roll, you know? And Terrorblades is currently in that state, in my opinion. Yeah, you don't have to be a subscriber. I messaged you on Discord. Please accept message. I have DM'd you on Discord. People are funny. Please say hello back to me. Funny. Okay. You have responded. I'm just going to quickly note that we're doing the coaching session right now. Today is the 5th. We are starting at 5:06. This is for Tire is cool. I'll just do Tire. And then I will call you. Hello? Hello? You are not coming through?
Hello, hello.
There you are.
Hello.
You are coming
Hello.
through. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? You're not acknowledging.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
I'm like, you don't need to keep saying hello. I need to know if you... Okay, so I see that you gave me an RD2L game. What is your MMR and what role are you here?
It's pause 1. I'm 7200 MMR.
Okay.
I kind of was on the spot, so I just it was like one of my more recent carry losses.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and somebody reminded me to share screen with you on Discord. So, what would you like to get out of today, or what's your question, if you have one?
I guess because this is what I mostly do nowadays, instead of playing too much ranked by myself. I guess focusing in on like how to 1v9, or how to carry games when I have hard lanes. I don't know, maybe the lanes just went too hard.
I mean, I don't think 1v9ing is really a thing in Dota anymore. But if we're talking about having high impact as a carry, that's about the equivalent, I think, of what you're trying to say. Especially out of losing lanes, it sounds like. Yeah, I mean, is that about it, or did I misunderstand that?
No, that sounds right. I don't think I have very good impact this game.
Okay. What is like the MMR spread of the people in this game? Because you're 7,200. What are like the people other than you?
I'd say it averages around 5,500.
Okay, so pretty high variance. Like some people in this game are like 3-4K.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So like the supports are 3Ks.
Okay, gotcha. I guess my question is, or my comment is that you're like dragging the creeps into tower. Maybe you're not playing enough to know like the tower got moved to like right here, so you don't have like a good sense of the tower range. But I guess I'm just looking at this situation. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it's thrown me off a couple times for sure.
Okay, because it literally makes you miss like 3 creeps right here. 2 creeps. So I guess I don't have much else to say other than, you know, don't drag creeps in a tower unless you have to. And missing 2 CS like that's a pretty big deal. So okay. Yeah, questions about that, let me know. So I guess as TB, my question would be, do you think you have kill potential in this lane with Vinch?
I would think so. I think my Q's very strong.
Okay. I guess my question is, do you have kill potential? Like, when I'm looking at the lane right now, do you have kill potential? Like, the way it's been playing out. Like, do you guys think you've missed a kill opportunity? Or, like, how would you describe this? Okay, so you do end up killing him here? Okay, you do.
Yeah.
I guess my hesitation is that if I don't think there's an obvious kill happening, or, like, my support isn't playing to kill, then I would just pop meta to win the CS when I'm, like, level 2. Is this something I was kind of trying to allude to, but I was trying to figure out your mindset there. Because I agree that, like, that kill's nice, but I think you're losing in CS. Yeah, you are by 7. That's. I don't think you should ever really be losing in CS by 7. Kunkka versus TB. These are weird decisions to me. I guess I don't. This doesn't look very clean. I guess I'm wondering what's going on in your brain.
I think I was on a different page from. I guess I saw him use stun, but I thought the ringmaster would die super easy, but and I could just get away with it and get back, but I just didn't.
I didn't know illusions could pick up mad stuns. Is that what you just did? Or you know, you like denied it maybe. So I guess if we're talking about the idea of 1v9ing, I don't think it's ever possible to have significant control of the game when you have your lane go like this. Like, it's just not possible. I think a large portion of players that look like they 1v9, even if they're in, like, unfavorable matchups and maybe they lose by a few CS or something, that they'll walk away pretty much as best they can out of any laning matchup. And so if you're wanting to, like, maximize your role as a carry, I guess my question, like, there's so much wrong here. I don't know what to say, actually. So let me think about this for a second. What I guess I feel like I'm seeing is a lack of understanding of how this lane is supposed to go, and a lack of understanding of, like, the damage of Ringmaster, perhaps. Maybe a lack of understanding of, like, the mechanics of where the tower is and lane equilibrium. Like, it feels like a lot of things off. Is this mainly just because you haven't played too much Dota? Because you said you mainly play RT2. Like, how much Dota do you play a week, I guess would be my question.
Like, maybe 5 games.
5 games. Okay. I'm just thinking here.
Yeah, I guess in my head I don't remember it going that bad.
Yeah, because for me, this is really bad. Yeah, I mean, I guess my question would be, do you not remember because the game was old, or do you feel like at the end of the game you don't remember, like, you didn't think your lane went badly, basically? Like, meaning, like, during the game itself, do you know for sure you thought the lane went okay, or do you just not?
No, I knew it went bad.
Okay, I'm just curious. Okay, I understand.
I know the biggest mistake was that Lifestealer was available, and I said I wanted Lifestealer, and ended up going Terrorblade anyways.
That's so interesting that you've played 6 minutes and I've pointed out 20 things, and you tell me the biggest mistake was picking TB. That's so interesting to me. I think this lane should have been perfectly fine, and your pick has nothing to do with what's wrong here. So I don't have much else to say other than I'm wondering why your brain goes there. It seems dismissive of everything else that's happened in this game. So I guess I'm asking why your brain goes there. I don't know what... I'll pause and ask that question. Like, why does your brain go there?
I don't think I would be like in the same situation with with Lifestealer.
What I'm asking
playing.
is, when you have made a decision that's unchangeable, why does your brain think about something you can't do anything about here?
I mean, yeah, I guess that's just in hindsight, you know.
But so if you're in hindsight, right? How can you be confident that this pick was bad if you just played it right? Like, you didn't play it right, right? So if you didn't play it right and it didn't work, then how can you ever be confident that this isn't a good pick? Like, I think the only time you could ever be confident that something's a bad pick is when you feel like you played it right and then it didn't work. Like, for me, last game, I realized, like, Kez fucking owns Bristleback because I played Bristleback the way I know how, and he likes to build, like, these early sustained tanky items, and I just fucking died anyway. And I was like, well, shit. That sucks. You know? And I don't think I played, like, pushed any buttons wrong. I don't think I was out of position very often, if at all. So, like, for me, that is what I require to feel confident that this pick was bad. So, yeah, I guess that's interesting. For me, my gut instinct, since I try to give a little bit of food for thought out of these coaching sessions, because it does seem like there's a slightly different dynamic based on the way I've coached you and the way I had last week for people who don't actually, preemptively sign up and pay for coaching. That's not like a problem. I'm just saying, like, obviously you didn't come in today thinking, what am I going to get coached on by BSJ? Because you didn't have it, like, scheduled. You just won. So, so I guess my idea is that, tell me if this sounds good to you. My goal from today is maybe give you things to think about that I don't necessarily feel comfortable with the way you're describing them to me. And it's not as much about, like, anything other than I think you should give a little bit more consideration to this rather than this, is my thought. So, like, for me, I would want you to look at your game in hindsight through what could I have done better on this hero rather than was that hero a good pick in the first place. To some degree, the idea of asking the question of was this hero a good pick in the first place, that's absolutely an important thing to ask yourself. But a lot of times I think questions, it's not only what questions you're asking yourself, but also what order you're asking them in. So I feel like the only time asking about, like, I'm reemphasizing this again, but because I'm talking about the point of one of the most important things is to have the right questions in the right order, is that I think if you ask yourself what hero was better without playing the hero best, you're going to miss out on learning opportunities. But the other way around, I don't think you really are. If you ask about your own hero first, and then after that, think, could I have picked something better? Do you have any questions, thoughts, comments, on that?
Okay. Yeah, so I think pretty much what you're getting at is, since there is no kill threat in the lane, I should just be using Metamorphosis to just get better CS. And then probably just play the lane more defensively, work on my hero.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, if I'm gonna have a discussion with you about this replay, I'd like to have a discussion about what I'm watching you do wrong rather than what could have been. But a lot of this emphasis is not just about me having this discussion with you. If this is the discussion we're having because that's what you're thinking about, these are the type of things you're gonna think about to yourself. And this is me politely saying, I think that's gonna do you a disservice if that's how you reflect on games. So it's not as much about this conversation as it is about the idea that I would love to hope I can maybe affect you in a positive way of how you reflect on your games. So yeah, that is what I'm getting at. Like, if we're talking about TB, then yeah, the discussion would be maybe you play a bit more for farm rather than for kill threat. Maybe your skill build looks like a 1-3-1. Maybe you use Metamorphosis like right when you get level 2 and push out the lane and then go pull. And then you use Metamorphosis at like 5 minutes again in order to push out the lane over the Kunkka and then leave before he's level 6. And then you go farm jungle. That's something you could have done, you know? And that's like how I would have envisioned playing this game. I would especially envision playing the game that way, with all due respect, if your support players in comparison are low MMR. Because that is how you play your own game, envisioning your own timings, making sure you get out of the lane cleanly, while looking to go for kills is way less reliable when the other person is way less skilled than you, just to be honest. You know, like, it's no bash on them, but a lot of kills is capitalizing on like really small windows where the guy's like slightly out of position. And it's not only like capitalizing when he's out of position, but also like being in position for when he might go out of position. Like, that's actually like a really high level concept that most 3Ks suck at. Okay. So I guess I'm illuminating to the fact that if you're talking about playing in a dynamic where the support to carry ratio is significantly different in terms of MMR, I would talk to your support a lot about playing for pulls and ensuring pull camps and defending that way, and playing for your own farm and thinking about how to get out of the lane, not 1 and 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think as carry, it's way more important to, like, in theory, never have a game like this than to have like half your games be like 4-0 out of the laning phase. Do you know what I mean?
That's actually funny because we're so 50. You know, like the other game, I don't think I died at all, and it seems like that is how it is. It's like 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolute. And I'll be honest with you, your mentality promotes that. Like, your mentality of, I could have just picked this. That means you're not really reflecting on the game you're playing, right? So then what's going to happen is when you own, you're 7K, so you're a good player. So, like, you're going to own, and you're going to know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense. Like, so I tell people that the way you treat losses in terms of the way you reflect on the game should look as similarly to the way you treat wins in terms of how you think about that game. So if there's a significant gap between the way you ask yourself questions, what you think about after the game, when you win compared to when you lose, that's generally an ego issue sometimes, or it also might be like a lack of curiosity, which can sometimes be both at the same time. And I say this coming from somebody who's been a carry player for like 10 years and has had plenty of ego issues of my own, you know? So it's not like you're a cocky, arrogant asshole for doing it, but it's like, these are just kind of egotistical tendencies that I've tried to really get rid of, but it's hard, you know, it's not easy. So yeah, it's just possible that's the case. But you know, I haven't talked to you long enough or anything to, I'm not going to say like, you're egotistical, you know, I don't know. Just something to think about. So we're going to play a bit of a recovery game now for a while. You're pretty much in ignore Kunkka mode, or like avoid Kunkka mode for a long period of time. You're going to go Falcon Blade. I guess my question is, what were your options for neutrals? Because I think the best neutrals by a large margin are mana regen on TB. Like, I would take that over anything else between the mana drought and the 1 mana regen. I would take that over anything else. So, just a recommendation if you didn't do that. Because I can't actually see what your choices are, I don't think.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably double. Yeah, it was like pretty much double damage.
Okay.
Attack speed damage.
Like, that's your priority, or that was your choices?
Usually I'd say that's probably a priority of mine.
Okay. Well, I can tell you with confidence that you should prioritize mana regen on TV. And even if you're having a hard game, you can actually just skip Falcon Blade altogether. And prioritize mana regen. But I feel like when I play TB, I always have this problem. Like, always. So. Okay. Oh, we're farming some stacks. We recovered a little bit there. Okay. We're going to leave our team. We're going to go Yasha. I hate going back to base like that. I feel like I would try to stay on the map as much as possible, because now we're stuck in our base. I would have tried to go top. So I imagine if I had a mana neutral, all I'd be looking to do is potentially sunder an enemy that like shows top by themselves at some point. I think if you're full HP, you'll still die to a gank. If they're coordinated, like meaning if there's like 3 or 4 heroes there, I think you would die anyway. So I don't see much of a difference being on the map when I'm half HP compared to full. I think like Earthshaker Lion would kill me full to 0, no question. So that's just food for thought. If you have comments, questions about that, let me know. Let's see. Okay. So this is an opportunity where I feel like one of the things you should do in losing games is know that what's the hardest thing to do in a losing game? I'm curious what you think about that question. I have an answer in my mind, but I'm wondering what's on your mind about the hardest thing to do in a losing game.
When you're already losing, I
Like
would
this.
think maybe fight. I would look to split push as much as possible, which...
Okay. So you're looking to split push as much as possible, which is the same mindset as me, which is I think the hardest thing to do is to farm creep waves. So when you're losing. So you're in the same mindset as me, you just answered the question differently, which is fine. I was curious where your head was at. So yeah, you already took that as an answer to go top. So whenever I'm losing games, my core front question is, I know waves are hard to clear. The majority of the time I can't go to them. But what that means is the second the opponent gives me information, unless there's like an immediate way to punish it and kill them, my other option is to immediately, quote unquote, punish it by going to a creep wave that they previously I was too scared to go to. So like I would snap react with a TP top here. You know what I mean? And that's a great mindset to have when you are losing.
Yeah, you know, paused sitting here. It's like the first thing I thought to do would be TP top.
Yeah, so then we ask ourselves, like, generally speaking, you obviously have that knowledge, you're 7K. There's two combinations of problems people have when they're playing Dota. One, they don't have the knowledge, and two, they're not consistently capitalizing on their own knowledge. So then the question begs, why, you know, do you have any theories of what's going on here? Is it rustiness? Is it potentially being in your own head? Is like, what is it? You know, there's all types of reasons that this could be. What is your thoughts about what that could be?
I think I wanted to be readily available to fight. It would be my guess, because I think there's a lot of talking about trying to fight them, and we have to have TB, and you know, obviously I don't want to do it, but I am listening to the higher MMR guy in the game too. He's higher MMR than me.
That's really tough dynamic, especially when you're playing with consistent people, because like in a pub, you know, if you and him don't get along and you stick to your game plan, then, you know, you disagree and move on to the next game, you know? But
yeah,
I think it is absolutely essential that no matter what the dynamic of MMR is, that if you guys, that you would stand your ground on this, or at least if you don't stand your ground on doing what you believe is right, then you would talk to them about it after the game. Like, I even think if I was on a team right now, I'd like to envision that anytime this happened, like if it was a long time investment, you know, where I actually plan to, you know, go pro or like to play on with the same people over and over again, was I would either align on what's happening here, like I would talk about this scenario, like I'd look at the replay real quick together, or I would try my best in the game to say, I'm not very strong to fight, we're losing by a lot, I need to prioritize creep waves, you know? And communicate that, one or the other. The last thing I want you to do, ideally, is to stay silent during the game, listen to the guy higher MMR than you, and then not talk about it after. Maybe you are talking about it after. But something tells me that's probably not happening. So I guess my question would be, is that happening or no?
I think I may have chirped back like in game on, so it wasn't even this game, it was the next game. It was the same thing. It was like, I'm being dove 11 minutes under my tower, why is my Medusa, who doesn't even have Yasha yet, not TPing, you know? So I was like, why would I, essentially? But
you chirped back as in like you gave like a smartassy thing, or what does chirp back mean?
Yeah, I would say it would probably be like it'd be not a nice way of saying I'm not coming. You know, it was like, I think it took like 3 dives before I actually came.
I see. Would you say your mid laner or whoever, the guy that's higher MMR than you, generally communicates passively aggressively?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna say this in case he's ever willing to watch this, that it's really difficult for people who are lower MMR than you to play with you. If you communicate passively aggressively, there is a power dynamic that goes on within teams if people are of drastically different skill, and if you speak condescendingly, passive-aggressively to people who are lower MMR than you, that is a huge lapse in understanding of how power dynamics work and your role in the team. It is your job to be the leader, to be empowering, to be a model of how to talk and act in the game, because there are people on your team that are going to be lower MMR than you. They're very aware of that, and when you talk to them in a condescending way, it's kind of like it's like a parent to a child, but not that extreme, where there's just a power dynamic where if you act outside of it, you're basically leaving your teammates in very unfair positions. So maybe he'll ever listen to this. That wasn't for you, obviously. But maybe it also helps you for me to acknowledge that that's not really fair for him to talk to you guys like that. So I would encourage you. I guess my only encouragement of consideration there is I find it to be my role to stand up for myself in a way that I believe is something I'm proud of. And what I mean by that is I used to get very, very defensive, and sometimes I still do. But the way I would envision wanting myself to reply to that would be, I understand that you're higher MMR than me, but the way you talk to me is very passive-aggressive, and it doesn't make me want to listen to you. I would like to be on the same page, but it doesn't make me want to listen to you. And then have a discussion about it. That's what I would do, but that doesn't mean it's a one-size-fits-all, and I also don't understand your situation entirely, meaning like I haven't seen you guys interact. But that doesn't sound fun to me. So if you're playing in like a team dynamic, that doesn't sound fun to me. That's just my 2 cents. If you have thoughts, questions, anything, let me know.
I think maybe it was like just this game or this series, because we're 3-1, so this was like the only loss so far.
So would you say it's just this series, or would you say he's like that when you're losing?
I think it's when we're losing. So yeah, it's definitely something.
So let's not
talk about.
So for me, it's not. What I'm trying to say is, don't be dismissive about it being just this series, right? It's like, if you're losing, that's what's gonna happen. That's what I laugh about, you know. So I understand. Maybe something to talk about. I think if you go at it with I'm trying to do what's best for us, rather than like you're a fucking terrible captain. That's generally a best way to approach it. Approach it with like some curiosity and just showing you're trying to do what's best for the team, or open a discussion. But okay, enough about team dynamics. My job isn't to facilitate a mature conversation. Okay, good gank dodge there.
Yeah, that was a horrible spot to be.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Manta here, just because they have, like, Kunkka doesn't really care about Manta, Lion doesn't really care about Manta, Earthshaker actually loves Manta. It's only really good against Drow, and I don't think she's your issue at this stage of the game. So I like my items to address whoever I think is my issue at the stage of the game I'm in. So like, SNY or Hurricane Pike or BKB, or just like raw stat items to tank through their shit, like Scotties and Lincolns or something, is what I would consider more impactful than Manta. Just a thought. I don't really see a situation where Manta saves you. That's all I'm thinking. What do they have in this game? Blink. This guy's Butterfly. Okay. Okay. I think this is just a chase problem. I think that's fantastic. You guys killed Drow. It's a little bit over eager.
Yeah. But you're right. If I have S and Y here, I think I live.
Yeah, I mean, in general, just this item doesn't help you in fights against these heroes, right? I guess, okay, here's because I did spend a lot of time talking about team dynamics, and so I'm trying to be diligent to myself to stay to around 30 minutes in the coaching session. I'm going to give a comment, and then we can have it back and forth. Any questions, comments you have? When I'm losing, I have two options, right? Kind of split push myself back into the game or fight back into the game. And a lot of times there's going to be carries like Terrorblade that kind of naturally split push. But the way I guess I'm asking is, if you're survivable against the enemy team, like meaning it's hard to gank you, but there's like 1 or 2 ways to gank you, then I go items to prevent myself from getting ganked, right? It's like if they have one guy with an Orchid, and that's the only way I'm going to die on the map, then my first major item will go Manta, right? Because then I can't be killed on the map. And what that prevents when I'm a carry that's losing is me conveniently dying to the opponent where they're able to like farm 2-3 different places at once and kill me. You know what I mean? So if that's the case, I'll go an item like Manta, Hurricane Pike, you know, whatever kills me. But otherwise, I'm going to itemize to fight if they have I want you to look at your items and say, well, I die to them if they gank me. And if the answer is yes, then I want your items to make sense in team fights. Like, that's all that matters to me. So then I would ask, against Lion, Earthshaker, Kunkka, does Manta make sense in a team fight? And, you know, I think you're good enough to know, like, no, that doesn't really make sense. So that's how I think about itemization. Do you have thoughts, questions? You know, I kind of tried to reference what I would be thinking when I'm losing. I think that's a large thing to think about when you're losing. It can apply to when you're winning as well, though. But more so when you're losing.
No, that's absolutely correct. I think are you selected on me? Yeah. Okay. So I had like Hurricane Pike queued up and stuff. I'm like, okay, I have to have a BKB to do either one, to even split push or to survive a team fight.
Yeah.
So I knew I had to have that before. I think this is the turning point where we lose. I think we were still fine in the game until this play.
Yeah, I think that if you're on the map and you kill that guy, like you TP and kill that guy, and then you run straight back bottom right now, I actually think you'd probably be in a pretty good spot. You know, I agree. And I just want to say to you and all the viewers watching, it's really hard to quantify how big of a deal it is in terms of what's happening in this game if your mid laners higher MMR are bitching at you guys. Because, like, I just feel like so many of us carry players will make a decision accordingly to, like, maybe we feel forced to accomplish something in a team fight. And sometimes that just explains it. I'm not saying, like, oh, it's all this guy's fault. We don't have accountability. But a lot of times when I see these type of decisions, it has absolutely nothing to do with your knowledge of pursuit or not. You know what I mean? It has, like, nothing to do with what you know about Dota. So that's why I'm drawing attention to that one last time. But everything I've already said is relevant. Is that true here? Or do you know, am I just kind of making shit up, basically, in regards to this?
No, I mean, I will say it's actually the offlaner who's higher, not the...
Oh, okay, the offlaner. Okay, fine. Yeah.
But just in case, you know, either of them watch.
This isn't villainizing them, by the way. I'm not trying to do that. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm on friendly terms with them. It's just I think, yeah, they probably do need to understand that what they say does affect how I play, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it affects me if that happens to me.
Yeah, because and it's on me too. I should say my only plan is to split push until I have BKB plus one other item, maybe.
Yeah. That's what I would hope for you to say. Yeah, just say like, hey guys, I'm trying to play the map. Like, I might show up to fights if it looks good, but I probably won't. And then, but that's something that can also be communicated like after the game, where for next time you'd be on more of a similar page.
And it's easier in solo queue to decide when to show up for the fights. I feel
absolutely.
Like in a team environment, I feel like I'm in, like I have to show up, or I let my team down if they, if they
absolutely. Yep.
So
I understand.
There's that too.
That was a big problem in my Dota career, and I'll just tell you and everyone watching that I think the most important thing in any competitive thing is for every instance to look the exact same. Like to have as much consistency, ignoring external variables. So if there's an external variable that significantly changes the way you operate, it's probably not helping you. Probably. And it's just something to consider. So I totally get what you're saying, and I've literally did that my entire career. But if I had one of my biggest mistakes was I never really spoke up for myself. I never said in a healthy way, this is the problem I'm having, and it would help me if we did this. I never once said that in my entire career, I think. So I'm just, you know, hopefully using this not just for you as an opportunity, but to say, like, you know, everybody, if you think you significantly play the game differently when it's ranked compared to unranked, that's probably bad. If you play significantly different when the game, quote unquote, matters compared to a casual pub, that's probably not good, because we can't just decide to rise to the occasion. That's not how, like, the human mind works. It's going to do what it always does. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a thought. I mean, I'm being all philosophical, and I know you are technically here for Dota coaching, but
no, I mean, this is good, because this is the stuff I don't really talk about a lot. You know, like, yeah, you can say, you know, CS better. Of course, I know I need to CS better, you know? It's
yeah. We all do. As if anybody watching my stream today knows, I need to see us better. Yeah, man. So any final thoughts, questions, comments about all of this?
No, I thank you. Sorry, I was kind of on the spot. I
No.
was laying in bed.
No, there's nothing to be sorry for. I'm already fully aware that there's a different dynamic based on the fact that you're not scheduling this ahead of time. And that's totally fine. There was no expectation of you to, like, be prepared for something that might happen. Cool, man. Awesome. I'll see you around the stream if there's no final questions from you. Cool, man. Have a good one.
No. You too.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was what I like about these coaching sessions, these, like, the two I've done so far for free, is like they've felt very different than the ones that people sign up for and pay for. I feel like it's more of a puzzle of figuring out what I think might be best for this person, because, you know, they didn't sign up for the coaching session, so there's no, like, I've thought about this and this is what I need to work on. It's more like a bit of a puzzle for me to be like, is this something you're having trouble with? That doesn't sound right. Which is interesting to me. Best to blame their picks before the game starts so you have an excuse ready. That's effectively what he did. Yeah, totally a great idea. Would you kindly gift us the top 3 books you recommend when it comes to communication leadership? The number 1 book that I would recommend, it's called, I'll show you actually. I mean, this book helped me a lot. This was a book I read like 3-4 years ago, but called Crucial Conversations. I don't really have a top 3 for this regard, but Crucial Conversations was, for me, a really powerful book. The number 1 takeaway that I had from this book is that when there's a misunderstanding between two people, a lot of times what happens is that the two people are talking about very different things. It's like the perfect, you know, textbook example would be, you know, the whole stereotypical guy who's like, why is my wife so upset with me because I didn't do the dishes? She like screamed at me for not doing the dishes. When in reality, so the guy thinks she's mad about the dishes, but the woman's mad because she feels like she can't rely on her husband because he isn't reliable because of many other times that he's been unreliable, and not doing the dishes is just another version of not being reliable. So the actual subject of the conversation is the reliability of the husband, but the husband thinks it's about the dishes. So the point is that what this book really taught me is it made me think critically about when I'm going to somebody with a problem, what is the subject of the conversation? Like, what am I trying to say here? What am I trying to get across? So it's like, rather than like, it's on both people, right? It's not just the husband's job to like understand it's about the reliability. If I have this knowledge and I'm the person presenting my frustration, I would know that I'm not upset specifically about the dishes. I'm upset about the reliability of this person. So then I would say, it made me really upset today when you didn't do the dishes because I feel like I can't rely on you to do things that you said you would do. And the dishes is one of many things that I've been feeling this, So you would go into the conversation knowing that's the subject. And what also happens with that is that I got really good at understanding just how often people, usually unintentionally, change the subject. There are bad actors out there. There are manipulative people that do change the subject intentionally. But when you understand what the subject is and the other person, whether it's intentional or unintentional, changes the subject, what I realized is that's the most times where I feel frustrated, is the other person has changed the subject. So when I was on stream today and I was talking about Terrorblade and how I could have played better, or Bristleback, I was talking about Bristleback and how I could have played better. And the subject of the conversation is what we learned about Bristleback that game, And when somebody says, yeah, you could have just not picked Bristle, we learned our lesson. We first picked Bristle, got hard countered. That's the lesson. And it's like, no, that's not the subject at all. That's talking about the fact that I picked Bristle when I'm talking about what could I have done differently on Bristle. Like, that's a very different subject, So for me, that's like, quite frankly, I think above most people's understanding of conversations. That probably sounds really pretentious to say, though. But yeah, I loved this book. It really made it clear to me a lot of how to bring up tough subjects, such as the one that I talked to him about there, where if your high MMR player is commuting passively aggressively, you don't have to hate the guy to have that be a problem. Like, it is a problem when you communicate like that. So the most important thing is when something's a problem to do something about it, right? So yeah. Yeah, I hope that helps for a few people out there who do read it, or the one guy, perhaps, who reads it. Hope that helps. What was the name of the book again? Crucial Conversations. Yeah, that's the book. Oh, it's been updated to say 4 million copies sold. Mine only says 2 million. Wow, it's been updated. It's sold twice as much since I bought it. Yeah, that is the book, F. Hondre. That is the book. Crucial Conversations, talking stakes are high. But, okay. Where's your kickbacks? Right now, I'm not doing any form of kickbacks, so. Maybe BSJ's sale counts as 2 million. True. BSJ alone accounts for 2 million of those purchases. But yeah, and to be clear, if you guys win a coaching session, I'm just gonna be clear. If you guys win a coaching session on Mondays, I guess I'll make this clear because I was saying you need a replay ID. If you want to get coached on anything, then you're welcome to, as long as you're comfortable talking about it on stream. It can be a Dota game. It can be whatever. So it could be how to have a conversation with somebody. It can be anything. Whatever you would like to spend your 30 minutes getting coached on. You know, ideally, most of them are coaching on Dota, I guess, for the sake of content. I don't know, but just so you know, that's an option. So, shoot, we should have just yapped so I don't get CS lulled. I mean, I would hope that the goal of whatever you tell me to talk about is because you think it will help you significantly in your life, or at least it would interest you to talk to me about it. You know, that's the idea. But the thing is, I personally think there's so many life lessons to be learned about the problems we have in Dota. Like, the way you communicate to your captain or the guy that's higher MMR than you will probably reflect a lot of how you communicate in real life to anybody in a power position. Whether it's your boss, your parents, you know, somebody you respect that is more knowledgeable than you about something. Because just because somebody knows more than you, or they're more capable than you, or they're, you know, your boss or your parents, just because of that, it doesn't give them the right to talk to you that way. You know what I mean? But sadly, there is a lot of abusive power dynamics in the world, so. And not everybody's like a bad actor. A lot of times people just aren't aware that they're doing that. So, only way to find out if they're a bad actor is for you to tell them and see how they respond. Because if they respond with, shut up, you little bitch, or fuck off, we were supposed to be doing this, you know, then they're probably a bad actor. But in my experience, the better I am at presenting it non-confrontationally, but standing my ground, the better I am at doing that, the more likely that person is to work with me, you know, have a conversation about it, establish mutual respect, all that kind of stuff. So, okay, guys. Respond with 1v1 mid to any confrontation. That's another way to do it. You could just say, fuck it, we go mid, SF, 1v1, no bottle. Noob. He's a good lad, he's just young and doesn't understand that. Yeah, and that's, you know, I hope I didn't communicate this in a way that's like, this guy's a piece of shit. It's like, I hope I communicated with, that's just not a good thing to do, and it's gonna make the game harder for you guys. Absolutely. That's what I was trying to say. If I communicated anything other than that, or if I came off any other way than that, then let me know, I guess. But that was not what I was going for. You know, so. Okay. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. That does conclude today's stream. I'll be back online tomorrow, as always. We are going to be experimenting. I talked about this earlier in the stream, but I'll talk about it one more time. We're going to be experimenting again with no talking Tuesdays. I've found that I feel really social and happy to be patient and talk to you guys about pretty much anything, like I did today. On Mondays, I've found that, and I found myself to be grumpy, irritated, sourpuss on Tuesdays, and that's just what I found. It's been an overwhelmingly consistent dynamic. So we're gonna try, you know, leaning into like, hey, I'm happy to talk to you guys about whatever today, but then sticking to playing mainly on Tuesdays. So what that means is I'm still going to try to talk during my games. Like, I'm not changing the way that I talk during my games, but there will be very little to no chat interaction tomorrow. And I'm aiming for that to just be a Tuesday thing. It's something I did in the past, and I feel like ever so confident that that's like the right thing to do now. So, the entire stream is the goal. Once again, I think that I would like to talk to you guys as much as possible on the days where I feel like I'm in a good mood to do so. And to be quite frank, I'd like to talk to you guys as little as possible on the days where I'm not in a good mood to do so. And it's been ever so clear to me that On Mondays, I'm pretty much always in the mood to talk. And on Tuesdays, it's the complete opposite. And what ends up happening is if I fight that, what I've noticed, if I fight that, then I end up being really upset on Wednesday, Thursday. So my goal is to not have that happen. So if you guys really don't like that, I understand. I mean, I understand a lot of streaming is about chat interaction. I want to have a healthy balance of discussion and a healthy balance of just gameplay. I'll still talk about my games. Like I said, I'll talk. It's just not with you. You know what I'm saying? I'll talk about this is what I did during the game. This is what I was thinking. Like I'm not muted, you know. There's just not going to be reading of chat and answering questions back and forth. So, can you share what's up with Tuesdays that affects your mood? If I understood it fully, then I would. To be honest, it doesn't seem like there's anything to be done about it. It feels like the natural flow of my week. And it doesn't feel like it's a wrong thing. You know what I mean? Like, nobody would think it's wrong for you to say, I like going out 2 days a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not... I wouldn't look at that and say there's something wrong with that, right? It's just like, that's how much you like to go out during the week. So I feel like my awareness over time has gone up a lot, just my self-awareness, and it's become clear to me that I do have distinct days where I like to hang out and talk, and there's days where I don't. And so one of my biggest issues, meaning like something I've wanted to work on more and more, is just trusting my gut when it comes to that kind of stuff. Trusting my judgment on that. And so one of my biggest issues has been knowing these things and just not doing anything. Just like not changing anything. This is me attempting, like maybe I'll change it in the future, but it's me attempting to adjust to the way I just feel like my mind works, I guess. A lot of it's just, yeah, knowing your preferences, like somebody in chat said, knowing your limits, perhaps. And personally, I think I was incredibly patient today. I think I answered a lot of questions. I think I had a lot of talks with chat. And that's not just like a purely unselfish thing. I really enjoyed the conversations I had with chat today. There were a few moments where I was just like, ugh, like I don't want to answer that question, or else you're annoying me. But the majority of my interactions with chat today were quite good. So, and I know, trust me, you can go back through my VODs. I will be a grumpy little bitch tomorrow. I will be. But I still want to play Dota. I still love the game. It has nothing to do with Dota. I just think my social battery has X amount, and I need to make sure I don't overdo it. So, way too patient with me. But that's the thing is, whenever I'm coaching or having a discussion, that's the degree of patience I want to have. Do you know what I mean? The thing is, if you... God, I want to keep talking to you guys. I do need to go, though. The thing is, there's for me, what I've realized... God, I want to talk some more. What I've realized is that there's very few people in my life that I don't have to consciously be engaged and patient and all of that to just be around them, you know, to just exist in their presence. That's like my girlfriend, my friend Andrew, and maybe my mom, and maybe like one or two other people. There are one or two other people for sure, but, you know, specifics. The point is that like those are people that don't like drain my social battery to be hanging out with them, you know, on like a regular basis. But other than that, and the reason that is because of rapport, right? The reason that is because of rapport. There's a lot of things I can say that they just know what I mean, even if I don't say it properly, you know, or if I don't say it exactly, but they like know what I mean. But the thing is, when you don't like have rapport or familiarity with somebody, then every time you say something, it's very likely for them to be like, but what do you mean? And there's like some backstory to like why I think that, or like why that's the case. And then I have to explain that if I want them to understand. So that's what happens a lot with Twitch chat, is there's like something that I could have even talked about on stream for literally every day. I've lived in the Netherlands for 4 years. I still have to tell people I live in the Netherlands. I want to stay in the Netherlands for 10 years. I still have to do that like daily. You know what I'm saying? And that's not like your guys' fault. It's just something I have to do because I don't talk to you guys, like each individual on a regular basis, and people like to ask questions. And that's fine. And I want to be able to be pleasant, to be able to be attentive, listening, patient. I want to be able to be those things. Otherwise, I'd rather just not talk. You know what I mean? And what I'm trying to say is there's just very few people in the world that I can be that way, like, unlimitedly, you know? Not unlimitedly, but I don't have to be that way to have a nice conversation with them, I guess, is what I'm saying. But yeah. BSJ, do you plan to stay in NL? Somebody else, I really fought the urge to say this. But yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to just kind of tell you guys, I enjoy talking to you, but it does drain my social battery to talk to you. It's the same as like when I go to events and I'm like, it does drain my social battery to interact with the crowd, but it doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean I don't want to do it. It just means I can only do so much of it. So that's kind of just what I'm more and more so realizing. Great podcast episode with Deathy. I listened to it on the way to work. I loved talking to Deathy. Really insightful dude. Definitely, I'm glad you appreciated that episode. I really learned a lot from Deathy there. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Like I said, really appreciate everyone who tunes in. I'll be back online tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We're going to be experimenting once again with the No Talking Tuesday. Sorry, not Taco Tuesday, guys, but No Talking Tuesday. You can still have tacos, though. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're not interested in that stream, then I'll see you on Wednesday, which will be just a normal interaction stream. So see you guys. Have a great rest of your day. Bye, friends.